We are ready to go. I think I fell asleep on that couch again. Little lasers of sunlight are zapping right onto my face from the middle of the curtains. I think they've been specifically aimed to burn out my eyes. What is it, like noon? Jeez, not my fault. Now my Twitch, for some reason, is frozen.
Oh, no, it's catching up.
Gotta reload my Twitch. Watch some more ads.
Oh my. Yeah, no, otherwise everything going smoothly for the actual Twitch so far, so I think we're good.
Sounds good. Not my fault. This couch pulls you in like you're drowning in bread dough. My spine pops in loud protest as I swim free from my bread dough cushion trap. I'm gonna have to apologize to Aunt Wendy. I'm probably leaving a dent in the shape of my ass in the cushions. Also, my house is really, really, really messy. There's Dr. Yup.
Yep. I mean, I figure if there's anybody lounging about anywhere, there's gonna be various cans of various sodas. And judging by the white label on that Dr. Yep, it's the diet variety. Very conscientious.
But then there's a red one.
That one says it's a cola.
Oh. I'll probably have to apologize for a couple things, actually. Okay, I know this looks bad, but it's almost not even my fault. I can't help that clutter is naturally drawn into my gravitational pull. Honestly, it makes me feel a little bit comfortable. More comfortable, you know? Like, I really live here instead of just like, I'm couch surfing at my aunt's. Or like, I'm living in a furniture catalog. Not that I'm ungrateful. Aunt Wendy is awesome to let me use her apartment while she's away. She helped talk Mom and Dad into letting me come all the way out to the city, too. I like the shirt. I just realized.
I think both the male base and the female base have individual t-shirts, but both of them are super cute t-shirts.
The other one isn't a female. I was under the impression it was still a guy.
No.
Are you serious? Oh well, it doesn't matter. I don't mind being a guy character.
I mean, we picked they, them for a reason, didn't we?
It looked like a guy. Not judging, I'm just saying it looked like your stereotypical anime long-haired guy.
Long-haired boy.
Yeah.
Wow. Shame.
I hear rustling behind me, the fingernails on cardboard. Well, in that case, we're just a really short-haired girl with a super flat chest.
Yes. We are the beefy girl. We are the girl that all the other girls worry about.
We're the rectangular girls. I hear rustling behind me like fingernails on cardboard. It makes me pause for a second, but I jump up as I realize what it is. Hey, Mochi, knock it off. Mochi, the living trash bag disguised as cat, stares up indignantly from inside the pizza box. He's trying to scrape some dried up cheese off the bottom again. His little mooshed up face is probably trying to stare me down, but it's kind of hard to tell where he's looking with those cross-eyed eyes. Mochi. This is you.
I get to be the cat! Yay! Meow.
I clap my hands a few times to break the stalemate. He jumps at the sound, then waddles back to the bedroom in defeat. I guess since I'm up too, I might as well get to whatever I'm gonna do today. I shuffle to the curtains and throw them open. My laptop is still sitting open on the coffee table. Oh yeah, job searching, I guess. That's what I was gonna do. Nope, not at all.
Nope. Lies, deceit, we know that attitude.
I plop back down on the couch, already sinking back into the cushions, and take a look. Geez, there are so many tabs here. Which one did I leave Greg's list open in again? Not that one. This one? Or this one? Maybe this one. Nah, that's just another cat video. I was up all night watching Jelly Donut, the cat who balances donuts on her head. I have no idea how you get a cat to do something like that. Guess that's why Mochi and I aren't internet famous. I found the tab and start scrolling through listings again. It's not like anything new has gone up since yesterday, I bet. Sidewalk cleaner intern, college credit only. Intern comment section proofreader. Fundraiser street team... Fundraiser street team intern, unpaid. I see you tried to catch a whooper.
Yeah, it escaped literally as I pushed the for poke catch. Didn't work.
Aw.
I'm so sad.
Yeah, it's been like this all month. Can you really blame me for giving up and watching cat videos? I know this kind of thing is supposed to take time, but try telling that to mom and dad or my savings. Any of those could send me back home at any time. And
If that's the case, it's time for you to make your own cat videos. They always make money. Always.
I don't think so. And I really have to get this done before Aunt Wendy gets back. Just thinking about writing another cover letter is making my will to exist erode away. I'm gonna go for a walk. When I got here, I expected to be buried in noise from the city's traffic and crowds, but it's actually pretty quiet. The apartment is on a side street, far from the main street bustle. From here, the noises of the city are just a distant hum. It's comforting like the buzz of an old tube TV. I thought it was the other way around. I thought it was an old TV tube, but whatever.
Nope.
At
least you don't boob tube like my family did.
Boob tube?
Yep.
What's that?
A TV.
What?
I don't understand it either.
Okay. I thought that was the same thing.
Yeah.
I'd have to walk like 20 minutes to get to the train from here, but I rarely leave the neighborhood, so it doesn't really matter. Still living a small town life in the city, I guess. Whatever. I get plenty of venture in this neighborhood. I can just set out in any direction and find something new, even if I've been down that way before. Sure, I get lost a lot too, but that's half the fun, right?
It's totally half the fun until you get lost in one of the sketchy parts of town.
No.
Not fun anymore.
The sketchy part of town that smells like piss.
Uh-huh.
I turn a
And
corner.
where you're... Yep, go ahead.
I turn a corner at the end of the block and head up a tiny side street I haven't tried yet. Neatly arranged trash cans line the sides of the road. I think I'm behind some stores right now. I'm expecting a dead end, but the road suddenly curves to the right. It looks too narrow for cars, but the faded white lines making the middle seem to claim some bad drivers could try their luck. Sorry, but the faded white lines marking the middle seem to claim some bad drivers could try their luck. That doesn't make sense to me for some reason.
Brave. Not bad.
Oh.
Some brave drivers could try their luck. But you know, a bad driver would try to. I can fit through here. Crunch. I fit. See?
I guess I haven't been to a really, really teeny tiny road like that.
Oh, I have. There's lots of them.
I decide to follow the sharp bend in the road. After I pass a tall partition, I'm surprised by what I see. A cat's paw. A squat 3-story building painted so ostentatiously bright it'd be impossible to miss sits in front of me. A cat's paw? Is this a pet store or something? Maybe I can get a dumb toy for dumb Mochi.
Yes.
As I walk closer to the front doors of the building, I don't see the aisles of pet food I expected from the broad store windows. Instead, it looks like there are couches and tables in neatly arranged rows. Oh, so this is one of those pretentious restaurants with a pithy nonsense name, huh? I can feel my interest deflate and sink into my stomach. Just as I'm about to turn and continue walking, I notice the sign in the window that declares, "Now hiring. Inquire within." I'm hardly dressed for a job inquiry, but I might as well give it a shot, right?
Yeah.
I lost my voice.
I mean, if they're a high-content, snooty cafe thingy, oh, they'll love you coming in streetwear saying, "Yo, I want to work here, dudes."
I look to my right.
They'll be pretty chill about it. They'll be like, "Okay, I see that you are a easygoing kind of person." Yeah, totally easygoing. Do you work? No. Great, get out.
I look to my right as I walk up to the door and see a little orange and white cat lying belly up, sunning itself against the window. It doesn't seem terribly sanitary to have a cat in a restaurant, but whatever, I like cats. Bells tinkle delicately as I tug on the handle. The heavy door creaks open. This place is so classy it feels fake. It looks like a game board exploded in here. Isn't that what the palace was like in Wonderland? Like with the cards and stuff? Is a purple cat gonna start talking to me? Maybe.
No.
Though none of them are purple. Boy. Uh-oh.
Yet. None of them are purple yet.
My thing isn't updating.
Oh, hey! Dino Dude popped in. Hi, Dino Dude!
Dino Dude, hello. Only here to do that. I got bad reception. See you when I get home. Okay. See
Okay,
you,
bye, Dino Dude! Thanks for coming by.
Thanks for breeding him again. He's got the creepy eyes again, though. Or still?
I think it's still. I like its colors, though. Pink and blue.
No, I could do without the pink and blue.
What? You can call him Cotton Candy Man now.
Were you here when he got bred into a, I think it was like navy blue and black with the really cracked out eyes?
Yes.
It was really messed up.
I saw that. I mean, at least this is more pleasant than the other one, right?
Right? Excuse me. Though none of them are purple, boy, there are a lot of cats. I think I can count at least 8 right off the bat. They're all over the place, romping around the floor, sleeping on some of the built-in structures in the walls. I've barely had time to take it all in when I hear a voice call out to me. You can be the first voice.
Welcome! Please sit wherever you'd like.
I shuffle in place for a moment, at first unsure of where the voice came from, then of whether I wanted to sit or if I want to keep this strictly business. Actually, I start as the source of the noise. Oh, the hot one is here! I love him so much.
Oh, that's gonna be a great voice for him.
You can change it. I start as the source of the voice looms into view. He appears suddenly from the second-story landing and covers the length of the floor in a few long strides. Give me tall, dark, and handsome, and a glass of chalky milk, please. Hi and bye. Thanks for
Ghost?
stopping by. Ghost?
Yes, Ghost. You're gonna hate me.
Why?
He's gonna be Burner.
No. All right, you have fun.
It's my fault. I used a female voice for a masculine character, and now he's Burner.
Hi, Burner.
Unless you prefer me to use Burner on a Gangster Boy whenever he gets a Gangster Boy.
No, it's fine. He can be Burner.
Okay. Congratulations, guys. You're about to hear my most annoying voice. You look confused. Is this your first time here? Would you like me to explain a bit about how the cafe works? I'll be happy to give you a tour.
His eyes are gentle. He's one of those people who smiles with his entire body. It's positively infectious. Oh, you said the first one I could do any of them?
The first one should always be the same option. It should be actually I'm here about the job.
So are we going to purposely end real fast just to see what happens? Or are we just going to go ahead and keep going?
Well, actually, if you want to do his route, you can go, yeah, that sounds great. But it looks like he is the only one. Everyone else is, I'm here about the job.
Oh, we haven't even met the others yet. Oh, dear.
Yep. Yep. Did you want to go with the first heartthrob that we spot?
Wasn't Octopimp and Dodger going for him? Or were they going for the girl? The red-haired black chick that I don't remember her name.
They went through 3 of the different characters before they stopped. They were going to go through everybody, but they didn't get through them all.
I gotcha.
Because they did do a... Forgive me, chat. There's no other way I can say this. Step on me, mommy. And then they did go through Landry. They went through... somebody else. Oh, I think they went through the jelly donut route as well.
Obviously, I don't remember most of it. I just remember it was hilarious as fuck.
Yes. And again, I'm sorry, chat. There was no other way to describe the character. I don't remember her name. It's been a while.
I think it's Mason. I think it's Mason you're thinking of.
I'm pretty sure it's Mason.
Because
That
that's
sounds
the
right.
only character whose name I remember because it was the funniest route that they did, but I can't remember anything else.
Yep. No, they did 3, maybe 4 routes because they were trying to get to the secret ending and they just didn't get there, unfortunately. They weren't able to finish up all the routes. Which unfortunately was a bad habit for Dodger and her co-hosts. They would get started, get partway through, and then stuff would come up and they wouldn't be able to finish.
Okay, I'm randomly gonna pick if we're going for him or if we're not going for him, okay?
Okay. I think all of our
It is a no.
users in chat.
Right, it's fine. Not a lot of
Yep.
our people in the community are early streamers.
Early birds.
Early birds.
Yep.
And if they are, they're doing games like Forza or
Other things.
yeah, just
Yep.
different things.
They're doing their own thing. Yep.
All right, so answer was no. Actually, I'm here about the job. I'm sorry.
Aw.
I'm sorry, tall, dark chocolate milk. I will go for you next time, I swear.
Oh, dark chocolate milk. Wow.
He is! He is tall, dark chocolate milk.
Sure. Are you saying that he's a hot cocoa?
Oh, I like that better. Yes. Hot cocoa.
That I can come up with a better name.
His pause is brief, but it worries me a little. Is it really that surprising that someone would come in and ask about a job? Did I
Yes.
do it wrong?
Oh, great. We don't get a lot of responses. I think it's because Mr. Graves only puts the sign up on the window. He doesn't want to advertise anywhere.
Good thing I came in then, huh?
You're right.
I'm glad that you, know why. His smile is broad, but his eyes creep to the back of the cafe like he's looking for an escape. He's already weirded out by me. Oh, damn. He knows I'm thirsty.
Yep.
I'm just kidding.
Run away, hot cocoa man, before you get sipped.
Hot cocoa man. Jeez.
I'm surprised you weren't more offended by the fact that he's gonna get sipped.
It's because we were watching Hellsing last night, so it's going over my head.
This is fair. Okay, you can take a seat, and I'll go get the owner. He'll be able to tell you a little more about what he's looking for.
You got it.
Oh, and what's your name?
Avery.
Avery.
There was no cool. Hello?
It says cool.
Oh, no one heard you say cool.
Oh, I must have peeked. I'm sorry.
You must have said it way too loud.
Yeah. Avery. Cool. I'm Landry. Nice to meet you. Okay, I'll be right back.
I didn't know his name was Landry. I'm sorry.
His name is Laundry.
I could remember Mason, but apparently I couldn't remember the really hot one. What is wrong? He bounds up the stairs and disappears. I begin to sit at the little cafe table, but freeze halfway as I hear a faint exclamation of dismay. It's followed by thundering footsteps, then by Landry's return, sorry.
Yes. Avery, I'm so sorry.
What?
I didn't offer you any coffee. Would you like some?
Oh, don't scare me like that, sure.
You got it.
He vanishes into the back again and reappears carefully balancing a stout white mug atop a black saucer in one hand and a tiny creamer in the other. Gently, he sets the mug and creamer before me.
I forgot to ask how you take your coffee. So I brought you some milk.
There's more.
Oh, there's sugar on the table if you'd like.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, I'll check with Graves this time. I mean it.
Laundry bounds to the back room and is again out of sight. A Siamese cat timidly peers at him as he goes, then directly at me with a wide-eyed, worried look. I guess it's, I give it an awkward smile and nod before I realize I'm treating a cat like a stranger in an elevator. I dump most of the milk and 3 sugar packets into my coffee before I can get it to the consistency I like. I pour what should be a little splash of extra milk, but half the creamer's work spills in. It almost overflows. Meow. This cat's looking at me like it's offended by what I just did. What? Like a cat knows anything about coffee? Yes, this is me. This cat is me.
Yep.
I remember this cat. He's a coffee snob.
Aww.
When laundry finally returns, he's not alone.
This is Graves, the owner of the cafe. Graves, this is Avery.
Do you want to be, the
Yes,
second
I
tall
want to be
dark
our
in this?
DeviantArt character.
DeviantArt.
Yes, look at him. He's got the two-toned eyes. He's got the goth appeal going on. He's definitely a DeviantArt character.
He looks like he should own a bookstore that insists it sells tomes, not books. Or maybe like he sells crystals that balance your chakras. Or maybe this is what the owners of the cat cafes look like. I've never seen... His eyes, they're 2 different colors. I can't focus on both of them at the same time. I've got problems. Which one am I supposed to look at?
Look at his nose. He'll never know the difference.
My attention is sucked into his icy blue eye. Is he wearing a contact to complete his dark Renaissance look?
I think that his eye, yes, it was this.
Say it one more time.
Okay. I think it was his eye, yes. It was this.
What?
He had the eye of a vulture. A pale blue eye with a film over it.
Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold. And so... Wait, is it
Yeah,
still...
this is still him.
But it
He's
doesn't...
reciting Poe.
It doesn't have a
He's
thing.
reciting... Yeah, no, he's reciting Poe.
Okay.
Yep. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold. And so by degrees, very gradually, made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever.
I used to know a lot of Poe. Excuse me?
Telltale heart, you were looking at my eye. Kids, didn't you read that in high school?
Well, yeah, but...
Iridis heterochromia. It's more common in cats.
For some reason, it cut you off at the very end of that, so one more time.
It's more common in cats than humans.
What a weirdo. I'm not sure I want to work for a guy like this.
You totally want to work for a guy like this. This will make your workplace so much more exciting.
Different colored eyes? I don't know. Oh,
Well, somebody who's randomly spouting Poe, I mean, is the best freaking part.
That is true. Oh, cool. I didn't know that. I might as well humor him a bit. If this guy's gonna sign my paychecks, he can rattle off as many weird cat facts as he wants.
Sometimes that's a bad option to have. Graves, would you mind telling Avery a bit about the place? I think it'd be good if you talk about what we do here.
Graves looks like the notion is causing him physical pain. I'm not too keen on this idea either, Chief.
You didn't do that already. Don't you think it sounds better coming from the owner? You're going to be doing the interview anyway. Good point. Landry, this cafe would collapse into rubble without you to keep me on track. All right, Avery. I didn't prepare a speech, so you'll have to forgive me.
I'm a little surprised to hear that, but I guess there aren't any Poe stories that he can quote for this situation.
The sass. I like to take care of Stray. I like coffee. I like good desserts. I like a beautiful room. I wanted a place where I could have all of those at once. That's how a cat's paw was born. The cats here are from the neighborhood.
That big chonky one has so much charisma. But also...
And he's just hanging out.
Also, let's just cover that up.
I think it's just a dimple. I don't think you have to worry about that. We all know what it is.
We don't need to see it.
But it's a cat. They always show them off.
I know. They're so rude.
Very. But adorable. We'll deal with the rudeness. They're adorable. Usually they want to come here, so I don't have to convince them to come in.
Oops.
Forever home. Pithy. Hate that term. But the cats who want to be adopted are listed on the wall over there. I'm a good matchmaker for people and cats. I can tell who's a good fit with the cat's personality. If they meet my standard, they've got a family member.
It's good you help them find homes like that.
Well, if I had the room, I'd just keep them all. Crazy old cat man. Yep. Perfect.
He totally means that, doesn't he? Cool. I get to be interviewed by a cat hoarder. I don't know. It's probably better that way, right?
Who knows? Follow me. We'll talk on the second floor.
Before he finishes the sentence, he's already 3 steps up the stairs to the balcony. So much for the introduction to the cafe, I guess. I shake my head a little and follow him. After all, I really need a job. We make our way up to the second floor balcony, which, except for us, is only occupied by those amazing looking cakes in the display case. And I mean, oh my goodness, they look good. I'll take the parfait, please.
I think I will take that entirety of that chocolate cherry cake, that second one. I want all of it. Yes. Wait a minute.
Huh.
If I look closer, oh no, they messed up on their layering. The chocolate cherry cake is covering whatever thing covered with nuts in the second spot.
I don't see anything with nuts. Oh, this? You're
yeah,
talking about
no,
the art. You're being nitpicky. Get over it.
But I'm sad. I want to see all the deliciousness, and it's covered it up.
Listen, now that you pointed it out, I can't unsee it. How dare you?
I want to see all the snacks.
Anyway, I wonder if I can get a slice on my way out.
Nope.
Graves leans down over the balcony of the cafe and raises his voice to the people below. Or to the cats, I guess, since the cats are the only thing I can see from here.
Hayes, will you get us some coffee?
Is that the chef? I haven't seen anybody here besides me and Landry. I already had a cup.
Is that going to stop you from another? You can't have enough coffee, especially when Hayes is the one making it.
Listen, I said the other cat, had to be me because he was a coffee snob. I kind of want to take Graves from you now. It's Hayes that makes the coffee, though, isn't it? He's the coffee snob, too? Yeah.
Yes. Hayes is the coffee snob who is the, well, for people who haven't seen this, find out.
Yeah. I don't think I met Hayes.
You may have. You might not know yet.
Graves folds himself into the slender chair at a corner table. He pushes the opposite chair away with his foot, nudging it just enough to turn it towards me.
Come on, sit down. Let's talk. You don't have to be so stiff. Interviews are boring. make it interesting for both of us.
No pressure, huh? Graves sits with this sort of grim pomp, like he's sitting in a skull throne and a raven's going to land on his shoulder at any time.
Yeah, that would be accurate.
Maybe it's more like he's about to roll a die with a lot of sides. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yes.
I bet he's a nerd. I take the seat across from him.
Just so you're aware, we aren't starting without coffee.
Okay.
You can talk, of course. I meant the interview.
Okay. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice a tiny slip of a blonde man standing at the balcony entrance. I jump a little. When did he get there? I didn't hear anybody come up the stairs at all. Is this guy a ghost? Yep, it's me.
Yep. This is totally you.
Graves looks like the type to hire ghosts.
I'm pretty sure the ghosts that I know are definitely hard workers, and they do know their coffee.
Gee, thanks.
You're welcome.
He looks terrified by my shout. I think I scared him more than he scared me. Gingerly, he sets 2 mugs in front of Graves.
Thank you, Hayes. But you should give Avery the other mug.
He sounds like he's reminding a child to say thank you. Of course.
This is you.
Course.
Oh.
Hayes glances up at me. Our eyes meet for a millisecond before he suddenly finds something very important to focus on downstairs. He pushes the cup toward me without looking back up. Thank you? Sorry, Graves' ring clacks against the porcelain of the cup as he takes a drink. For some reason, I thought you were supposed to be talking there.
Nope. Here I am. Perfect, as always. I don't know what I did without your coffee.
It's nothing special, really. He talks like it's the first time he's spoken today, quiet and a little hoarse. If it's alright... Oh, if that's all, I'll go back to the cats.
That's fine.
Hayes slips back down the stairs just as quietly as he arrived. That kid would make a great ninja. I look down at the coffee and see a sleepy cat face staring up at me from the foam. It's so cute.
It's friggin' adorable.
I've only ever seen latte art on the internet before. Did Hayes really do this?
Yes.
I take a sip. It's not bad if you like coffee, I guess, but it could really use some sugar. There are packets on the table, but I can't bring myself to ruin the foam cat.
Now we can get this going. Let's interview. I'll even start you off easy. What's your favorite breed of cats?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Cats that look like they're wearing tuxedos? No, not that one. That's really cringy, to be honest with you.
Aww.
Stumpy cat, Siamese, Scottish fold, Maine Coon! Yes! Maine Coon. We already met the Maine Coon though, didn't we?
Yep.
No! I knew I liked him for a reason. I'm just kidding. My cat. Alright, who we picking? We haven't met everyone, but we gotta pick someone at this time, don't we?
Yep. Well, we get bonus points for whoever's route we're taking, but this doesn't actually affect the game if I remember correctly.
Are you sure? Because I don't want to just take your word for it.
Yeah, no, according to the walkthrough that I see here, they don't have any specifications for the actual interview.
Okay, that's good. So my vote is Maine Coon, but what would your vote be?
As far as cats go,
Yeah.
my answer is cats. I love cats. I love cats. If we were doing this en route for, let's see. You know, I kind of like Scottish folds. They got those cute smushy faces, and they have those floppy ears, and it's so freaking adorable, and I can't resist that. Do you know any other languages? How about ciphers?
Haha, yeah. It should be Hanashimasen, I think. I'm not used to reading kanji anymore. Honestly, it's been 7 or 8 years now since I've done Japanese.
Your classes. Yeah.
So I'm not used to the kanji as much as I used to be. But I think it's Ie Hanashimasen, something like that.
Personally, I would say I speak the language of dance, to which I do only the white girl dances that are, not really. What marine animal would you say best represents?
So this is going to help boost somebody, right?
No, this one's just for funsies.
Oh, so the whole interview is just a personality test.
The whole interview is just for funsies.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, because if I remember, at the time this came out, there was a certain anime series that was starting to get really hot with people.
That's why Octopimp was on the show. That makes sense.
Yes.
Now. And makes more sense now which one I should be picking.
Yep. Do the shark do.
No.
Right.
I don't want shark.
You have no choice.
I'm pretty sure it's orca that I like. Which one was it? Orca? Makoto, right?
Orca was main character dude.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I thought he was the dolphin.
No. Dolphin was friendly boy.
That would be Makoto. This is...
Yep.
I can't remember his name. It's
guy with glasses.
Ray something.
Yeah, guy with glasses.
Nagisa? I don't remember his name.
Yes.
Yes,
Nagisa. Pretty boy thug.
The funny thing is, I don't know anything about that show.
The actual show?
I just know the abridged series.
Yep, agreed. And the worst part is you were the one who introduced me to it.
Oh, yeah, blame me.
Yes.
You're right. You're very right.
This is true. So pick one. Any of them.
It's gotta be the orca, because, orcas in real life are badass. Everyone else here is just lame sauce. I'm sorry.
Dad? What genre of music would you use to describe your work ethic?
Classically hardworking? Punk, I'm not dead, just resting. No, we're not. No.
I'm kind of fond of chiptunes. I like my electronic music.
I'm gonna click this one because I love the ghost stuff that you've been putting in the Discord.
Yay!
I love it so much.
Well, those aren't chiptunes, but close enough. On a scale from 1 to 10, rate me as an interviewer.
10.
7 out of 5.
Well, yeah, you're right. He could work on his interview questions because a lot of these are pretty dumb. And none of it is asking, how do you handle stressful situations in a work environment? And how do you handle coworkers?
Do you actually like coffee? Do you actually like cats? Are you allergic to cats? On days that I'm not taking care of the cats, can I have you clean the litter box?
10.
How dare you? Draculas or teenaged wolves?
Oh, really?
Yep.
I don't like
Pick your Twilight side.
I don't like any of them. There needs to be a third option that says neither. I believe ghosts. Huh?
Yes.
Into my own self. That's a little weird. No, there should be a third option that says a real motherfucking vampire.
Yes. Well, that would be Dracula's versus Vampire.
I don't know. I'm gonna let you pick this one. I refuse. This would just stay on the screen forever and all time.
Teeny, meeny, miny, teenaged wolves.
Thank God.
Just kidding with that last one. Interesting.
He looks down at his coffee cup and tilts it idly towards him. It looks like he's enraptured with the foam as it drips from the side of the cup. A drop of coffee spills onto the saucer.
I suppose you'll do then.
I suppose? God damn, you're right, you suppose. Does that mean I got the job?
You're quite astute.
That doesn't really answer my question.
It does. You can start tomorrow.
Wow, thank you.
Don't run off yet. I have paperwork for you.
Oh, yeah, of course. Graves pushes away from the table, coffee cup in hand. He naps my saucer even though I'm not quite finished, and slinks off down the stairs. Sorry. I keep thinking that he's talking when he's on the screen. I don't know if that's because of amnesia or what, but...
Yeah, that's totally because of amnesia. If they're not on screen, they don't talk.
He returns as if we'd never left, trading the empty coffee cups for a small stack of papers and pen. He places them in front of me. So, what will my job be?
We'll see.
You don't really have a position open, do you? Did he hire me with no position in mind? Is that how this guy usually works? I feel like I'm in a daze. Too much information and too much coffee. I take the papers and skim them, signing pretty much anywhere I see an X in a line. Oh, please read your contract.
Like, he sold his soul away to the guy who recites Poe!
To the really hot, dark guy, I gotcha.
So, it's not that bad of an option, I guess.
What's it all for, and why is there so much? Probably taxes and stuff, I don't know. Obviously I didn't bother to read, because who reads? And who cares? I've got a job. I push the papers back towards Graves, and he eagerly scoops them off the table.
Pardon me for just a second. I forgot to move my plants into the window.
It's fine. It really looks like that he's saying, perfect, we opened a 7-Eleven. I was like, what?
Yes. You now go work over there. You don't get to enjoy the cats, the pastries, or the coffee. To which you're now like, oh, what paperwork did I sign? No. Perfect. We open at 11. Be here at 8. We'll have you help with the morning prep.
My displeasure must be pretty apparent because his mouth cracks into another smirk.
You can work a later shift after training. You won't have to deal with those cursed mornings for too long.
Okay, that's fine.
Now go. I have a lot of work to do before tomorrow. You need to get to work fixing that sleep schedule of yours.
Okay. He seems lost in his own world now, poring over the paperwork I just filled out. I guess there's all sorts of tax stuff you have to deal with hiring people. Why would he do it so casually? Well, whatever. Not my problem. I head down the stairs. Landry's back. He looks uncomfortable, waiting at the foot of the balcony, but peeks up when he sees me. Perks up.
So?
I'll see you tomorrow, coworker.
Oh, congratulations! You can meet everyone else tomorrow morning. I'll make sure that they're all ready for a meeting when you get in.
How many people work here?
Well, there's me, Graves, of course. You met Hayes, Finley, Mason, Reese. That's it. It shouldn't take too long to get to know them.
Okay, great. I'll see you all tomorrow then.
Great. See you.
Whoa! I'm gonna live it up a little. I'm gonna paint this town red. I finally have a job. I know that feeling.
Yep.
Date Naito? Oh, it's the studio. I was like, what just happened? This is not the game we're playing.
It's totally the game we're playing.
So, like, equal parts, I love it because it has, like, a Disney vibe to it, but also it's a little cringy because it is a little too cartoony, if that makes sense. But ultimately, it's so wholesome. I like this game.
Fair, fair.
And the art's so good.
It is very good. And even better yet is for a lot of these areas, like for the different, like, town settings and the rooms, you can tell that somebody just took the time to draw them versus grabbing a picture and then putting like 20 filters over it, which I don't mind, but at the same time, I hate it when people do that. It feels so lazy to me. I know it's totally a legit way to do it, but kind of makes me mad on, like, the principle.
If it's so... I really feel like you have to, especially if it's like, say, a manga or something, because there are a lot of mangas that have those huge, like, cityscape panning shots or whatever. And just to give a sense of, like, what this place looks like and where you are kind of thing. So I can understand
There's no other way.
Yeah, because if you were trying to draw that shit, that would take forever.
Which, I mean, I know that's a thing that Studio Ghibli has done for its more real-world movies and things like that, where they take heavy reference pictures and then they literally redraw that area. But I admire the extra effort for that. While at the same time, if you just put 20 filters over it and call it a day, I feel a little miffed by that, because I know back in the day that would have been called cheating. But at the same time, I know it's legit.
Yeah. And you also should also consider, like, what I was trying to get at was, like, time is a thing. Because if you're doing a manga or a comic or something, you have a set deadline, so you have to do it that way. You know what I mean? To be as fast as possible. So that's why I'm okay with it for the most part. But if you're doing a movie, gosh, I should hope that you're putting in a little more effort than just like, hey, a picture.
I mean, that's fair. That is totally fair.
I got lost and I didn't end up painting anything, but it was a nice walk. As I head home, I get this distinct feeling of being followed. I didn't really know that was a thing that actually happens, but it's hard not to notice when you see some movement out of the corner of your eye. Oh my gosh. I turn around. A sleek black cat stands in the middle of the road. It sits down when we make eye contact and thumps its tail testily against the pavement. It's got different colored eyes. I guess heterochromia really is pretty common in cats, huh?
It's not.
Should I, like, try to bring it to the cafe? They take care of strays there, after all. I should try. I crouch down as slowly as I can and reach my hand toward the cat, beckoning to it. It doesn't move. I make those little smoochy noises that seem to work on some cats. This one doesn't seem terribly impressed. It pins its ears back and it looks away, still for a moment before standing up and slinking into an alley. Morgrim has been caught by Tastey. I don't know what Morgrim is.
I don't know either. We'll find out.
I guess I should just leave this to the professionals. It's time to celebrate. I'm gonna wreck this pizza I grabbed from Pizza Lloyd's on the way home. I picked up a can of wet cat food for Mochi from the corner store, too.
I figured out what a Morgrim is.
Huh.
It's from the
new
British
one.
Islands. Yeah, it's from the British Islands. It's the one that looks like an imp. It's the evolved form.
It's the
one that
form.
kind of... Is it the middle form?
Should be.
I don't know.
It's red, right?
Red on top, green on the bottom.
It's the middle one.
Okay. No wonder why it looks awkward.
The final evolution is Grimmsnarl, and it looks... Of all the Pokemon, it really doesn't look like a Pokemon to me. But, you know,
Fair.
There's a lot of them these days that don't look like Pokemon.
I mean... I'm going to drop some knowledge on y'all. We were, keyword, were Gen 1ers. That's the generations we got.
You make it sound like that's, like, a mind-blowing factoid, but, like, so?
The teapot, though, it's so cute. But I love teapot, so, you know. I also love the apple. I want an Appleton.
Apple is cute. I don't like Appleton,
Yes.
though. I like its pre-evolution. I can't remember the name
Flapple.
of it. No.
No, Flapple is the split evolution.
Yeah.
Is it Appletini?
I don't know. I don't
Because
remember.
I think it had a slightly funny name.
But Appletoon is the apple
It's
pie.
the one that looks like a pie.
Yeah.
He's so adorably derpy. I love him. But anyways, back to the game.
I figure we both deserve a celebration. Mochi, get your fat lump out here. I have good news. No answer or indication he's even in the same room. You know, he never even asks how my day was. I know how to do this. I walk over to his food bowl and crack the lid of the wet food. In a flash, he's at my feet, tail shaking like a rotor behind him. Come here, you big moron. I give him a little scratch behind the ears before I dump half the can into his bowl, and the feeding frenzy begins. He acts like I never feed him. Whatever, I'm about to do the same to this pizza. After a quick jaunt to free myself from the shackles of non-pajama clothing, I flop back down on the couch, dinner in hand, laptop in my face. Oh. It looks like there's a new Jelly Donut video. It's a video of her sleeping in a donut box. I love that dumb internet cat. She's always doing something ridiculous. I wonder how her owner gets her to do those tricks. That flooring seems familiar. Where are these filmed? I spend the rest of the evening picking through the video archives. I can feel myself sinking into the bread dough couch cushions.
Meow.
It's so early. What's his problem?
Meow.
I bet he just wants the other half of that wet food. This is why I didn't get it for him that often. I excavate myself. Excavate.
Yes. Oh my.
Hi, Fenix. How you doing? Good morning/afternoon. I excavate myself from the couch and do what I can to mitigate the bedhead situation I have going on. What time is it anyway? I grab my phone to check. 7:40? Ah, hell. I'm gonna be late for my first day of work. Are you a moderator, Tastey?
I think I am. What do you want me to do?
Can you shout out Fanex? And also Canal Simforce, because we totally forgot to do it when he was here.
Oh, hold on. I'm trying to type.
I am so bad at the shout-outs and the raids and everything.
There! Yay!
You did a good
job. Who else am I supposed to shout out?
Canal Simforce.
Yay! I did a thing.
Yay! Thank you so
I
much.
was technically advanced.
I'm good. Just happy my internet is back up. Went down at 1 a.m. and again at 10 p.m. ISP Tech was scheduled to come out today and fix it. Placed all the old equipment, upgrade my speed. I'm getting... Wow. Yeah, you're welcome, of course.
Nice!
I am so... Well, I mean, maybe, hopefully, between 1 and 10 a.m. there wasn't much going
Asleep.
on. You're right. Hopefully. But that sounds bad, man.
Yeah, no, especially if those hours are, prime internet time because there's nobody online. I mean, yeah, that's always a bummer.
Mm-hmm. It was supposed to work. I work from home, so yeah. Ooh! Yeah, that does suck.
Oh, yeah, that's a huge bummer.
Wow. Yep, that sucks. This is why you have, sick days? Question mark, I hope.
Hopefully.
That's messy.
Yeah.
Oop.
I swallowed a cookie down the wrong throat. Hold on.
You're not supposed to be eating while we're recording. You do this every time.
Of course I do this every time. I'm tasty. I have to have snacks.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, but I did mute for a second so I could cough that up. I'm okay now.
Alright. I heard the pop, too. I'm gonna be late.
That was my water bottle.
Oh, that was?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, no, it has a very nice seal on it. It always pops open and I forget about it.
I'm gonna be late for my first day of work. I take the world's fastest shower, but there's no time to dry my hair. I'll have to hope I run fast enough that the wind resistance will do the job for me. No time to sort through my duffel. I'm just gonna have to throw on whatever looks cleanest. Which is the same thing I wore yesterday.
Actually, I'm pretty sure yesterday he wore his
right.
cat t-shirt.
Yep, you're right.
Yep.
It's not like Graves said anything about a dress code, so whatever. Moshi trails me closely, howling more and more insistently along the way. It's like he doesn't care about my punctuality at all. Or has any concept that I have a job. No time to mix the wet food the way he likes it. I dump a scoop of kibble into the bowl on my way out the door. I haven't seen a cat so offended since the one that watched me mess up my coffee. Oh, sorry. Okay. I haven't seen a cat so offended since the one that watched me mess up my coffee yesterday. They can both deal with it. I can't believe I'm almost late to my first day of work. And my first job even. What a great first impression to leave. Thanks for hiring me, Avery the Flake. I start out... Listen.
That's unfortunately, it's actually really common for people who are new to a job to be a couple minutes late to their first day. I've seen that frequently enough that it doesn't bother me.
It's just because of nerves and stuff. And getting into a new routine.
Yep. So usually I say, hey, once or twice is okay. Anything after that is a bad habit and we'll have to have discussions. So get used to your new schedule, figure things out, and you'll be good.
I start out in a full sprint to the cafe, but it's only about a 10-minute walk, so it looks like it might not be as bad as I thought. If I run, I can make it in less time.
Unless you're me and you show up an hour early for work because you have the nerves.
Here it is, a cat spa. I got a good look at it when I was here yesterday, but it feels totally different when it's your workplace, you know? It's kind of nice to think about.
Hey! Hooray!
Laundry peeks his head out from the doorframe and waves me in. I'm surprised by how many people were standing around. Graves, Landry, and Hayes are there, but so are a few others I've never seen. I only see a few cats right now, but they seem utterly disinterested in everything we're doing. They're all piled in a sleek cluster by the window. I feel a little embarrassed that I'm so disheveled, but I'd rather be on time with wet hair than late and looking perfect.
Good. You decided to challenge the morning sun after all. Now that the star is here, we can start this show.
That's a lot of pressure there, Graves.
Yes. All the pressure.
Still as weird as yesterday, I see.
This is gonna be you.
Fine, because you're all guys.
Otherwise, I am all the dudes. And that's not fair. I'm running out of dude voices.
Wasn't Nagisa's voice for this guy when Octopip was doing it? Yeah.
Yes.
I can't.
He's the mini thug. Pick whatever you like. I mean, this is our version.
Caught another sucker boss? Sorry, I don't know. I can't. Stop it, don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me.
I'm not laughing at you. That was just perfect.
No, it wasn't.
Oh no. Oh man. That's almost as bad as me trying to imitate Dodger on Korra. Oh, what is his name? Orion.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yep. That's esteemed co-worker to you, Reese.
Oh. Hey.
Hey.
Hey. That's my name. You just keep collecting these strays.
Oops, I almost went into their voice, which was, the whatchamacallit voice for him. Man, you're gonna make me try and duplicate older voices now. It's all your fault. Before we get too far, everybody should introduce themselves to Avery. Avery, we've already met, and you already know Graves. Did you meet Hayes yesterday?
Briefly. Hello, Hayes. Hello. He looks like he's going to try to slip between the cracks in the tile. How does a guy like this handle a job that deals with people?
Hayes is a great barista. He's a great help in the kitchen, but he likes to spend a lot of his time with the cat, too.
Hayes flashes me a quick look. The side of his mouth upturns ever so slightly, like he's trying to smile, but he's out of practice. And also, I am also a guy, so don't say that you're all the guys.
I am all the dateable guys. How about that?
Hayes is dateable?
This is true.
I'd be really sad if he wasn't. I reach out to shake his hand. He's practically bracing for impact. But before I reach him, a bright light flashes at the corner of my vision. What? Is that a camera? This is you now.
Me? Yay! I actually really wanted to be her. I was gonna say, can I fight you for her?
Can I fight you? Before we fight, let's talk it over. We could settle this peacefully.
I'm gonna go straight to the fighting.
Well, I mean, that's how we met.
This is true. Oh, sorry, sweetie. I thought I turned the flash off.
I whip my head to the other side of the lineup. The girl on the end is aiming her phone directly at me.
Sorry, don't mind me. Just want to commemorate our new employee. I'm Finley, and I take care of social media. I like Candid, so I'll try again later when you've forgotten about it. Finley is also Graves. I know what you're going to say. Don't ruin the surprise.
Graves lets out a soft bark of a laugh.
All right. You can tell Avery whenever you're ready. Thank you.
The two in the middle of the lineup look beyond unimpressed. One is the smart-mouthed guy, Reese, right? And the other looks like someone I wouldn't want to mess with. Finley puts her hand on the shoulder of the tough-looking woman standing next to her.
Since she's not going to introduce herself, this is Mason.
And she's hot.
I will have to admit, she is one of our best options. It's not only because we get the good giggles out of our fond memories of the playthrough from Dodger and Octopimp, but she actually has a very nice looking character profile. I will not deny that.
I'm just saying she's hot because she's the tough girl.
Yes. Fair. Again, maybe Ghost likes her step on me, mommy.
Ha 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 ha. So funny. That's nerds.
Yes. Well, you guys have been together long enough where, you know, your guys' preferences might start to rub off on each other.
I don't think so.
Yes. Totally yes.
So he's...
Anyways.
No, I'm not going to expand on that. I'm
not gonna. That's almost worse than expanding on it. Let's move on, shall we? She's our head chef. Or our only chef, I guess.
Well, nice to meet you both. Yeah. Finley reaches up and places her hand against the back of Mason's head. She pushes her hand forward, forcing Mason to nod. I'm amazed Mason is putting up with this.
Wow, that's the most you've spoken all day. She likes you already, Avery.
Mason makes a quick little noise that could either be a laugh or a grunt. Maybe it was both. I hate this.
Go for it. Do it. Make
Oh.
my day.
How kind of you all to save the best for last. I'm Reese, and I'm the one you'll be answering to after Graves, so you better stay on my good side. I could have sworn Laundry was second in command here, so I don't know what this kid's talking about. I didn't even see him at all during the interview yesterday. I'm on cat detail today, but don't think that means I won't be keeping an eye on you. Cat detail must mean taking care of the cats. Obviously. I'm learning quickly. I don't know why the second in command would be so eager about telling me he's gonna clean litter boxes today. Maybe it's a weird status thing here. Ew.
Yes.
I'll be on my best behavior then, I guess. Good.
Okay, that should be everybody then. Avery, you'll be training with me today. I hope that's okay.
That's fine with me.
It looks like I'm no longer needed. I have other work to do. You know where to find me.
Graves slinks to the back of the cafe. I think I can hear footsteps on creaky stairs. Mason and Hayes disappear after him.
Marie, did you have breakfast? We're going to have something to eat before work if you'd like to join us. It's tradition.
That sounds great. I fed my cat, but I forgot to feed myself. Reese has already seated himself at the long booth seating along the wall. He scoots two of the tables closer, and Laundry, oh my god, Landry!
I've been calling him Laundry for the last, 4 times his name has popped up.
Stop.
I figured you were just going with it.
And Landry pulls over another chair.
Great, just sit and relax. Mason's just finishing up breakfast.
I move to take a seat, but Finley blocks my path.
Avery, before you sit down, I have a question for you.
Why is your arm so long? That's my question.
Because she's got a good reach. She needs a good handle of everything.
Sure, what's up?
Okay, is that...
Her voice drops almost conspiratorially. She leans in to whisper.
That's an Ayaka shirt, isn't it?
Akia.
Akia shirt, isn't it? He's my favorite too.
Oh, a what?
Akia? From Blast Zone?
From what?
Look, you don't have to play dumb. I get it.
No, I really have no idea what that is. Is that like a show? Is the shirt from something?
Oh. No. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so now we gotta make sure we don't pursue this, right?
It depends on who did we decide we wanted to go for.
Alright, I'll get the wheel out, okay?
Oh boy. Spin the wheel of fortune.
It remembers my last stuff, holy crap. So we can't do
We've got
Landry anymore.
We can't. Yep, because we missed his first attempt. So it's going to be Reese, Finley.
Ah. I still was trying to put Landry in.
Hayes, or Mason.
And Graves.
Nope, he's not available.
Oh,
Not
he's
until the
secret
secret
ending. Okay.
Yes.
So we only have 4 choices. Oh, it was so close to Reese. It's Finley.
It's Finley.
Good job.
Hooray! I'm actually kind of surprised that we're going to go with her first. I remember doing her route with Dodger, so I think I should be able to help make sure we stay on track.
Still follow the thing, though.
Yeah, this is true. I still have it pulled up.
I'm pretty sure it's, but now you've got my interest, right?
Yes.
But now you've got my interest. I already said that. What is Blast Zone?
I don't know if it would be your type of game after all.
It's very niche. Just like this game.
A niche shit.
Oh, it's a game. I like games. Try me.
Oh, look at that face. She's like, oh, really? You like games? Name 100 games.
I can't name 100 games. I could try.
Well, if you start labeling all the different Pokemon, that's at least like 20 out of the way.
That doesn't count.
Well, it's a story about men's passions, passing a life or death struggle.
Oh my gosh! Wait, is this game's version of Token Rambu?
No.
Sounds dangerous.
Oh, it is. But it's so romantic.
Okay, I take it back. Token Rambu is not about romance. It's just about killing monsters. But romantic.
Killing monsters with your husbandanos.
Husbandanos?
Yes.
That's what we're gonna call it from now on. Husbandanos.
Yes.
Romantic? Like love blooming on the battlefield? That type of thing?
Yeah, you do get it. Maybe I'll lend it to you sometime. If you prove yourself worthy.
I'm not really sure what that involves, but sure.
Okay.
She gives me a grin and a wink, then takes a seat at the table next to Reese. I noticed that somebody set the table while I was talking to Finley.
Uh-oh. I just realized the problem.
Huh.
I gave Finley my slightly more high-pitched burner, and Landry is just a low-pitched burner.
You just now realized?
The class. Yep, I'm just now realizing this. Let me change up
No, you don't
the
have to
laundry
change.
man.
You don't have to change anything because, I mean, her cadence when you do Finley's voice is different from Burner voice.
Fair.
So
okay.
It does
as long
sound...
as at least a little different. Otherwise, apparently I'm stuck in Valley Girl mode today. Thank goodness Graves didn't get Valley Girl.
Well, the last
Otherwise
time-
we would have a problem.
Last time we recorded was what? December 5th? 12th? It's been a long time.
I don't remember. I do not remember. I'm out of practice. I know that much.
Yeah, me too.
Yep. Mason and Hayes should be out in a minute. Avery, come sit down.
Sure. Where should I sit, though? What if there are some unspoken rules about this sort of thing and placing? You never know with new groups. Landry answers the conundrum for me by beckoning to sit between him and Finley. Quietly, I take the seat. Mason emerges from the back with a large tray balanced atop each hand. One tray has a giant stack of French toast, the other is some kind of egg thing. I'm not sure, but it looks amazing. Whoa. I had no idea how hungry I was until just now. She sets the trays down in front of us and then returns to the kitchen. I hope she gets back soon because I'm about to be on that egg thing like mochi on wet food. Mason returns a few moments later, cradling 6 empty coffee cups in her hands. Hayes follows in tow, carefully balancing a carafe full of coffee. They set the cups and carafe on the table and take their seats. Hayes's butt barely hits... Okay, I was like, what sentence starts that way? Butt barely hits the chair before the others start to dig in. I'm a little afraid that I'll lose my hand in the fray if I try to jump in now, but I'm so hungry. Landry reaches out an arm from behind a fortress of French toast slices. He lightly bats at Reese's hand as it reaches for the syrup pitcher.
Save some for Avery.
Jays, calm down. You're the one stealing all the food.
I haven't taken any more than usual. Breakfast is important.
While everybody shouts and chatters across the table, I help myself to a bit of everything. I'm not used to eating a real breakfast, especially one that didn't come out of a microwave, so I'm gonna savor this. Oh.
It's you.
Wow, this is amazing. Mason, what is this egg thing? Egg foo young? No, I'm kidding. Eggs Benedict? Mason's eyebrow shoots up. She looks at me like I grew another nose. Oh.
Frittata.
Oh, I keep forgetting it's me. I'm so used to just being the narrator because the last few times, Dream Daddy and what is
KFC
it?
kernels.
Yeah, and then there's also Monster Prom that we did recently with the other people. I'm just kind of like narrator-ish. Frittata. Is that like a souffle? It looks like it'd be really hard to make. Just eggs and vegetables in a pan. Still, I know I wouldn't be able to make anything like that. It's really nice to have a real breakfast.
What do you usually eat, Avery?
Mostly cold pizza. Or toaster tarts, I guess, if I remember to get them. Mason glares at like I just knocked her plate on the floor. She stares directly at me, through me, with a hard look in her eyes. You eat here now. Always.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I still have pizza sometimes? Not for breakfast. Ever. I can hear Finley and Reese snickering. Okay, but other times are still okay, right? Mason rolls her eyes and goes back to her coffee. Reese stares up at me between bites of French toast. Avery, when we're done, we need to talk about dress code.
Oh, Reese. Don't start this again.
Shh, shh, shh. It's an important part of the new employee orientation. Laundry passes a positively pained look at Reese. He glances at me, but a poke to the ribs from Finley sends him staring back at his plate.
Andrew, you're such a mama's bird sometimes. Lighten up.
Avery, look at this place. We take our visual presentation very seriously here. Mason gives another grunt. Hayes places his empty plate and cup on Mason's plate and takes the stack into the back with the urgency of a tactical retreat. Graves and I expect a certain level of decor with the wait staff. Is this about my outfit? Wishy-washy! Oh, it escaped. I woke up a little late, so... No, this is about uniforms. Mason, huh? Mason. Mason pushes her chair away from the table with enough force that it wobbles briefly on two legs. She stands and takes my plate in one fell swoop. Opening soon. Time to get ready. She picks up the now empty cast iron skillet with one hand and places a few of the other plates on top. That looks heavy, but she's holding it like it's nothing. Come on. She stares me down and gestures to the back door with a hand. Time for a break. No, okay. She stares me down and gestures to the back door with a head nod before she heads into the kitchen. And don't think you can run off so easily, Avery. You'll get written up if you don't have your uniform.
We are supposed to go to the kitchen.
Is Mason really the only chef here? That must take a lot of work. I bet she could use some help. Mostly, I'm just grateful she gave me an out. Whatever Reese is planning doesn't sound like anyone but Finley cares for it. No, thank you. I think Mason and Hayes wanted my help, though. Oh, fine, if Mason needs the help. But you're not off the hook for this yet.
Reese.
Oh, come on, Landry. Don't look at me like that. Something is definitely up. Whatever it is, I'm not going to fall for it.
This time.
Well, I'll be back once Mason says I'm done. I quickly retreat to the kitchen before Reese can delay me further. Even though I work here now, I still feel like I'm trespassing on hallowed ground. I've never been in a restaurant kitchen before. Heck, I'm barely in my own kitchen. It smells amazing, almost enough to make me hungry all over again. Hayes is at the sink, carefully scrubbing the iron skillet we used at breakfast. It looks like he's already got the dishes on lockdown, to be honest. I thought you couldn't scrub an iron skillet. I thought you just had to...
That would be a cast iron.
Oh, okay, never mind.
But even then, a lot of people will scrub them anyways because you can re-season them. But it's something where for cast iron, it's best to let it all kind of build up. You don't heavily scrub. Usually it's more of just like rinsing it so there's no debris on it.
Yeah. Mason only spares me a glance. She's already back to work and it looks like there's a lot of it left to do. She dips a long spatula into a big metal bowl and heaps a glob of frosting on top of the cake. It's mesmerizing watching her move as she works to smooth the frosting. Can I help? Any experience? With what? Baking? Don't know why I asked. She doesn't bother looking up, but it feels like she doesn't have to see the cake to decorate it. I bet she could do this in her sleep. Don't touch anything. I guess so good then.
Yep.
Okay, I'll go. See if there's anything else I can do to help out. Seems like Hayes and Mason aren't really the talking type. If it weren't for the sound of the sink, it'd be dead silent back here. I guess I'm intruding. Oh well. Do, 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 do. This music is so catchy. Duh, duh, duh. I guess I should find where
That's good
Landry ran
music.
off to. Huh?
It is good music.
Right. He's training me today after all. I think he went upstairs. I head over to the front of the staircase, but a cat has taken station right in my path. It's sleeping belly up, stretched out to nearly the whole width of the step. Buddy, that's really cute, but that's a dangerous place to sleep. It doesn't dignify me with a response. Instead, the fat orange cat shimmies in place to settle itself even more. Gently, I nudge it to see if I can get the cat to move. Someone's gonna trip on you if you don't move. That's not gonna be fun for either of you. It opens one eye in a thin slit, then makes a murmuring noise and flicks its tail. This little tiger isn't going anywhere, is it? Are all the cats here this spoiled? I guess I'll have to pick it up and move it myself. I lean over to scoop it up, but as I do, a tiny orange and white bobbed-tailed cat whizzes past my feet. It stops on the step below the sleeping cat, then raises one paw and bats the other cat squarely on the forehead. The sleeping cat wakes up and pops to its feet. It looks angry. I need a stretch.
Gee, I wonder why Angry Cat is angry. It's not like it totally just didn't get smacked awake.
Am I going to have to break up a cat fight? Hey, you two. The bobtail flattens his ears and stares intently at the orange cat. They both perk up when they hear a voice from above.
Is Hash Brown sleeping on the stairs again?
The orange cat, Hash Browns, I guess, trots away. Laundry works his way down the stairs, eyes on the bobtail kitten.
Was it really necessary to smack him? You should be nice.
The bobtail turns its head away in a wide arc, almost as if it's giving it an okay, whatever in response. It lazily strolls over to the windowsill and takes up sentry. That cat's name is Hash Browns?
Yeah. Graves names all cats here.
For Mr. Dark and Mysterious and Edgar Allan Poe, he gets the cutest nicknames.
I mean, right? He comes up with some interesting ones.
What are some of their names?
Well, at the moment, there's Ramona,
Shunsuke.
Shunsuke, Kochik, Owl, Bramblepelt,
No.
now Kisa, Valentine, Marina, I'm Junta.
Wait, hold on. Are all these cats from animes?
Maybe.
Because Ain and Junta for sure are cat names.
Well, Ein is a corgi name.
Well, that is true, actually. You're right.
But I think it's all,
Mascots?
mascot characters.
Huh.
/ helpful animals. Junta, Jam Band, and so on.
Holy crap. Which one was that bobtail?
Oh.
His face falls. Why does he look so nervous?
That's, why don't you ask Reese later?
Huh. Is that his cat? Did he name it or something? Is it a bad name?
No, he's, Graves should have told you about, Let's get to work. It's time to open.
Landry isn't having any more of this. He walks past me to the front door without a glance. He unlocks it and flips the sign from closed to open.
And ta-da! Your first day at a cat's paw has begun.
And nobody's here. This is, a little anticlimactic, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. The mornings are usually pretty slow. It might pick up later.
It didn't. At all. All day. Sure, a few people came in, and Landry had me wait their tables while he supervised. It went pretty well, and I made a couple bucks in tips, but that was it. Finley came down a couple of times to check in, and I saw Mason and Hayes every time I went into the kitchen, but I didn't see Reese at all. Reese's bobtail cat, on the other hand, was all over the place. I think I see why he'd take a shine to this one. They're both complete hams. Not that I mind that it was slow, it just meant I got to play with the cats more. There are like 10 of them here, maybe? I can't get a solid count on them. They seem to vanish sometimes. Looks like there are a lot of areas around here for them to hide.
For your help today, Avery.
Landry, Finley, and I just finished wiping down the tables. Mason was gone before the cafe closed. I don't know where Hayes went.
So, how'd you like it?
Is it always this quiet? I mean, not that I'm complaining.
Not always. Tomorrow should be busier for sure. I've got plans. We should get here early then, huh? Don't say that like you aren't always early.
Oh, I have to come in earlier?
Don't worry about it too much, Avery. Just show up at your regular time.
Okay, thanks. I can't imagine what busy means here. What, like 6 people in here at the same time?
I've got a little more work that I want to do on the blog, so you all go ahead. I'll close up if Grace doesn't get here to do it. Oh.
No!
What?
Landry, you, really transitioned a little bit more than
what was expected. Oh.
Came out of the
Thank
closet
ya.
all the way. I'm just kidding.
Yeah! I mean, the tall drink of water now has a very nice full set of voice. Oh, thank you! Avery, you can head out.
Thanks. Are you leaving now? I could walk with you.
I'll be out in a bit. You go on ahead.
Oh, alright. See you all tomorrow.
Night!
The door closes behind me with a jingle. And a jangle. I have a job to do. I need to save Christmas. My coworkers are pretty cute. I get to play with cats. And if this works out, I should be able to afford a place of my own soon. Wait until my parents hear about this. I'm feeling pretty good right now. I can't help giving a little celebratory fist pump. Pump?
Oh, heads up, if you hear some weird noises on my end, my apartment building is getting the lawn mowed right now, and he's like right outside my window, so...
You can't say weird noises, you make it sound worse than it is.
No, it's just literally, they're mowing the lawn.
You hear a car ripping across the highway in the background. No.
Yeah.
There's a drag race outside my window. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that actually happens sometimes in the middle of the night, and you're like, really? Speed limit over here is 35.
People do it here too, because we're in the middle of nowhere and we're right next to a college.
Yeah. Nothing else to do.
And I find it so funny. I was rewatching one of our playthroughs, and there was a very distinct car alarm sound in the background, and I was like, oh, I didn't even realize it caught that. Oh dear.
Nice.
I can't believe I didn't even edit it out when I was editing. But anyway.
This happens.
Alright. I think I just heard someone snort a laugh behind me. I thought I said that pretty quietly. I turn around to see who it is, but there's nobody there but a cat. 2 cats, actually. Cats from the cafe. Reese's cat and the Siamese cat, to be precise. Crap, how did they get outside? Did I let them out when I left? This is real bad. I'm pretty sure one of the first rules of working at a cat cafe is do not lose the cats.
I mean, accurate.
Who let the cats out, right? Am I right?
Who let the cats out?
They're not looking at me anymore. Now's my chance. I start creeping towards both cats. If I move too suddenly, I might spook them. I only make it a few steps before I see the bobtail's ears swivel back to face me. Without turning the rest of his head, it takes a springing leap and heads down one fork in the road. The Siamese cat continues down the same path, as casual as anything. I can't get them both, but I need to get at least one of them.
We can pick whichever one.
I better decide who to go after first. Follow the Siamese cat. The bobtail's onto me clearly, but the Siamese cat hasn't picked up on it yet. My best chance right now is probably following the Siamese. It's kind of hard, it's gotten kind of far down the path. I better pick up my pace to catch up. I try to mimic those long strides Landry always takes to cover more ground, but that doesn't work out so well. Jogging's gonna be easier. Or not. My feet are falling harder on the ground and the cat notices. It's going faster now, so I better pick up the pace. I break out in a full run to follow him. He definitely knows I'm there now, but it doesn't matter. I have bigger legs, so I'm gonna catch up sooner or later. I'm a pretty good runner. I finally close the glap. Why does my brain do this? It's trying to say the word, but it also skips ahead a few words and then it meshes them together.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's just a pretty common thing when you start getting kind of unused to reading aloud. That's a school skill that people didn't tell you may be important later in life.
I finally close the gap between us. Suddenly the cat screeches to a halt and jerks around to face me. I think this is Finley, right? Or is this Hayes?
This is Hayes.
Oh.
Remember, cat smell of coffee.
I didn't recognize that. I couldn't remember it. I'm sorry.
Shame.
Avery, stop it. Ah? Why are you chasing me? Because you gotta... What am I saying? What are you saying? How are you saying? It's me. Me? Hayes. Last I checked, Hayes was a guy with glasses. You didn't seem like the pranking type, Hayes. The Hayes cat is puffing up like a dusting brush. I feel bad. This cat's getting caught up in whatever shenanigans they're trying to put me through right now. This seems like it should be against work procedure. Oh, it's Landry.
Oh, no, yeah, you're right. This is Landry. Because Mason's the Scottish fold.
Oh, I didn't know that. Makes
Yeah.
sense, though, because she's Scottish.
Or at least, you know, in headcanon. She's a tough cookie.
Mm-hmm.
He's telling the truth, Avery.
The voice comes from behind me. I whirl around to see Landry, but he's not there.
Down here.
I readjust my gaze downward. Oh, come on.
No, this isn't a joke, Avery.
Landry Cat takes a few steps past me and sits down in front of Hayes Cat. Even as a Maine Coon, his gait is long. No. Come on. No, 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 no.
We don't talk about Bruno. Sorry.
Graves didn't tell you. Tell me what? That you're all secret cats? That doesn't make any sense. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I'm sorry, Avery. I thought he told you.
Is that why you were acting weird? You were keeping something this bonkers a secret?
It's not easy to talk about.
Whenever we leave the cafe grounds, we turn into cats. I'm surprised to hear Hayes pipe up, of all people. Cats? All cats? Cat people? It began around the time we started to work here. Graves calls it a curse. A curse. A curse. This is too much. Though, I don't know if anyone thinks of it that way. But wait. Everyone? Is everyone at the cafe a secret cat? Yeah. Graves, too. Nobody has seen him as a cat, but it seems safe to assume. Am I gonna turn into a cat, too? Landry isn't even looking at me anymore. He's avoiding my eye contact as hard as he can. Hayes does the same. Neither answers. I'm gonna turn into a cat? Oh,
Yes.
come on!
Sorry, Avery.
Maybe you can stop it. We don't know what causes the curse. Maybe if you talk to the others tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. Sure, why not? Let's have a whole cat council. We can invite Hash Browns too. Is he also a person? I can see the fur between Hayes' shoulders rising on end in a little ridge. Seeing that takes the wind out of my sails a little bit. Yeah, alright. I'm too tired for this. This better be a weird dream or something. A weird work-induced hallucination.
Sorry, Avery.
Not listening to talking cats anymore. Bye.
I mean, I feel like that would be the legitimate response of any sane person. Unfortunately, I myself am not sane. I would be sitting there going, you guys are cats, you guys are cats. Come here, let me cuddle you. This is amazing. I said, come here.
Since it seems like that the breed of cat isn't necessarily like who you are as a person, I'd be like, what cat do I get to be?
No, it's more based on your general aspects, so I feel like you might look like a British Shorthair.
I don't even know what that would be, but nice. Too bad it can't be a Maine Coon, but that's probably because I'm not tall enough.
Nope.
I'm so sad. The sun's barely gone down, but I'm capital letter done with today. This is too much. Oh no.
Yes.
Okay, Mochi.
Don't forget the good food this time. The cat stuff. Wait, no, better voice. I'm trying to remember. I can't remember that voice right now. We'll just stay with there.
Did someone just say something? There's nobody here but Mochi. Oh, for crap's sake. I find him standing next to the food bowl, looking up at me with those expectant eyes. I gently nudge him with my foot. Did you just say that?
Mer.
No. Nope, I'm done. I dump the rest of the canned cat food into the bowl and scurry out of the kitchen. Then I dump myself in bed. I don't even want to think about it right now. I'm just gonna sleep in a real bed for once. Maybe sleeping on that couch so much is messing with my head. I don't usually close the door, but I think it's a good idea tonight. I don't want Mochi whispering to me in my sleep.
Feed me more wet food.
3 a.m, he's staring at you. Feed me, human.
I need attention right now.
Zoomies are happening in 3, 2, 1.
1.
I wake up early enough, I surprise myself. This is gross. Who does this? At least I slept fairly well, all considered. My cheek hurts, kind of like I'm getting one of those real powerful zits. Just when I have a job where I see people all day. What perfect timing. I kick my legs free. I kick my legs free of the big blankets and roll off the side of the bed with my usual grace. God, this thing feels gross. I don't have any acne stuff with me here, but maybe Aunt Wendy had something I can put on it? I trundle over to the vanity to assess the damage. Oh, no.
I guess it's just a whisker away now.
That's not a zit. That is a whisker. There is a whisker growing out of my face.
Oh.
I can't get the girls now.
Nope.
It won't come out. I thought at first maybe it was Mochi's and it got stuck there, but no. Growing out of my face. I tried to pluck it. That was probably one of the worst ideas I've ever had. Now I know just how sensitive cat whiskers are. Is this really how the curse starts? I've been pacing around for far too long. I gotta go to work, but how am I supposed to leave the house looking like this? What if someone sees me? Hey, it's COVID time. Go put a mask on.
Yeah. I think this was pre-COVID, but yeah, no, it works.
I guess I could try to cover it with something. I dig around a bit and find some dust masks under the sink. Maybe that'll do the trick. I can pretend I have a cold or something. Or not, because trying to put it on feels really awkward against my face. I'm at a loss here. I'd call one of the staffers, but I didn't get their numbers yesterday. I guess it'd be hard to use a cell phone as a cat anyway. I'll just have to go to the cafe and hope someone's there to ask. I didn't run into anybody on my way to the cafe yesterday, but knowing my luck, there'll be a whole crowd or something. I keep my head down and walk quickly. Jeez, my face itches. I hope another one isn't coming in. The thought is enough to make me pick up my pace. Running to work is going to be a theme for me. Maybe it'll keep me in shape. I just hope I can keep my human shape too. Why are there so many people milling around the front of the cafe today? This is exactly what I was dreading. It's like they showed up specifically to look at the magical mutating cat person.
I mean...
That is, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if this was an event being hosted somewhere, I'm going.
As I approach the cafe, the whisker falls off like a dead leaf or something. Look at it just flutter to the floor. I lean down to pick it up. If I hadn't seen it happen, I would have thought it fell off one of the cats. This is stupid. This is so stupid. My eyes start to sting. I can't tell if I should be mad or crying or both. This is just really, really stupid and I don't want to deal with it. I kick the door open with my foot, but it's actually pretty heavy, so it just sort of nudges open. Where the hell is Graves? Looks like most of them are already here. They're already setting the table for breakfast, like this is just a regular normal day where nobody grows cat whiskers.
Oh, Avery! I don't think he's in yet. What's the matter?
This is the matter. This whole dumb situation. He probably can't see the whisker I'm waving around, but I don't care. He knows what I'm talking about.
Is that yours? What kind of cat are you?
Yes, Finley, of course you'd be the one to ask.
Yes.
I'm not any kind of cat. I'm a people. I can't believe this. Oh, come on, Avery. You should have known this was going to happen. How the hell was I supposed to know? Sounds like somebody here didn't read their contract. Oh, I call it. The safe areas and other tips are mentioned in the welcome pamphlet. What contract? You signed some paperwork when you started, right? Yeah. Well, how can you all be so chill about this? We work for an evil dungeon lord who's turning us all into cats.
Don't think they're called dungeon lords. Avery, none of us are happy about it either. We're doing what we can.
There's gotta be more you could be doing. Where is Graves?
He may be upstairs, but I don't know.
I remember hearing Graves going up some creaky steps yesterday. Maybe that's his office or something. Whatever it is, that room's gonna be missing a door after I kick it off its hinges. I storm toward the back of the cafe. The steps must be back here somewhere. There is a wild ice cube.
Ooh. Let's see what I can do.
Hayes and Mason are in the kitchen. Hayes is gawking, and even Mason's got an eye on me. Avery, where are you going? I've had enough of this. I gotta give him a piece of my mind. What? This curse crap. The others trail me to the kitchen. What am I, the cat herder?
Avery, chill out. We aren't all mad about it. Most of us signed up for it on purpose. It's done some good things for some of us.
Well, I'm mad about it. I'm mad as hell. Turning into a cat won't do jack for me.
I know you're mad, but it's not Graves' fault. He does a lot to help us. We owe him.
Good job catching the ice cube.
Woo! I think it's because I was the only one who tried. Yay.
I don't owe him a damn thing.
Seriously, Avery, shouting at our boss isn't going to change anything. There's nothing we can do about it right now. Just sit down and talk about it. You're right.
I guess I see what you mean.
Now, come on. Don't be such a salty caramel latte.
Oh, that sounds good, though.
I know, right?
Finley puts her arm around my shoulder. I try shrinking away, but she just redoubles her efforts. I've never had someone be so forceful about comforting me. Huh.
You like donuts, right? How about jelly donuts?
What does that have to do with anything?
I think it's time to show you that this cat curse isn't all
You cut out.
bad.
She gives me a quick wink and a punch on the shoulder.
Go sit down at the table. I'll be out to show you in a second.
This is so stupid. The frustration festers in the pit of my stomach, and now I don't even have anywhere to put it. I feel another hand slap me gently between the shoulder blades. What is it with these people? This time it's Mason. didn't eat yet, right?
Not allowed to eat pizza anymore, so no.
No, I've been freaking out about this all morning. How am I supposed to eat? She doesn't lift her hand. I can feel it like a weight on my back. Stop sulking and sit down. Eat. Is that comforting or a threat? Good food calms you down. She gives me a firm but gentle push toward the dining area. It's like being scooted forward by a steel pillar. I guess I might as well go sit down.
Yep, you've been told.
I return to the front of the cafe and flop down in the chair at the head of the tables. After all that following everybody was doing before, nobody's bothered to come back out yet. Maybe they think I could use the space to cool off. It feels a little like I'm in timeout.
You're totally in timeout.
First out of the kitchen is Hayes, of all people. He tiptoes up and delicately sets a small teacup down in front of me. It's chamomile and lavender tea. It can help with stress. I drink it sometimes when I'm overwhelmed too. Hayes flinches a bit when I look up at him. I pick up the teacup and hold it up to my face. It smells lovely, at least. He looks at me with his eyebrows upturned until I take a sip. When I oblige, I see what he means. This is pretty calming. I let out a deep sigh. I can feel my shoulders slump a bit. Hayes seems relieved that I've approved. He takes it as permission to sit and takes the seat next to me. You know, I get anxious a lot. You probably guessed that though, huh? Some things help me out, like that tea. But I think the thing that helps me the most is being a cat. I know that must sound pretty stupid, but it's nice to have somewhere to go. I like that I can curl up in a tiny corner and nothing is expected of me. It helps me a lot. So that's really does sound stupid. But that's what we mean when we aren't mad about it. No, I think I get what you're saying. I don't agree, but I get it. Thanks. He doesn't seem to know what to say. He's just sort of staring down at the table and picking pieces off the paper napkin in front of him. Leave him alone.
Yes.
Okay, I get it for someone like him. Does that mean I should give him his space? He's definitely right about the tea, that's for sure. He probably should have poured some for it himself. Heck, he should probably have an IV of it. He seems so on edge all the time. But what about the others? Do they get something out of this too?
Esteemed patrons! May I have your attention, please? Especially you, Avery.
Where is her voice even coming from?
Down here, kiddo.
Look down and your jelly donut.
It's me, a real-life internet sensation. You're so surprised. You should see the look on your face right now.
Wow, so you've really capitalized on this curse, huh?
I just started making videos as a way to have fun with the situation. Who knew it would make me a celebrity? I'll give you my autograph later if you like.
Nah, no, I'm fine. She gives my leg a playful pat and then gives me a wink.
You're so starstruck.
I am not.
You are so... Oops. You so are. Bet you spent a lot of time on the internet. I bet you know all about me.
No.
You're blushing.
Why would I be blushing about a cat? Oh, cut the shtick, both of you. Reese saunters up, serving platter in hand. He nudges Finley aside with his foot, scooting her a good distance from the table.
Rude.
Are you over your temper tantrum, Avery? Well, I almost was, but then you had me come in here and call it a temper tantrum. No sense of humor.
Fair.
Just like I said. He reaches over my shoulder and sets a plate of pancakes down in front of me. Finley, go check back. Oh, go change back. Ignore what I said earlier. I don't want your dirty feet on the table.
I'm going to sneak nip into your clothes next time you're on tail.
Despite her threat, Finley saunters off, tail flicking into the break room. She returns a moment later and flops down in the seat across from me, but not before grabbing another stack of pancakes from Reese. She's already digging into her food when Mason comes from the kitchen and takes her usual seat. Landry follows close behind her with another tray of pancakes, and the rest of the table pounces on their breakfast prey. Ugh. Bruck.
How are you feeling? Are you still trying to cough that word out? Is it like a hairball on your tongue?
I gave up.
Bruck.
Oh, I would drink the rest of my coffee, but it's making it hard to talk for long periods of time.
Depending on what you put in with your coffee can actually be kind of tough on your throat when it comes to vocals. That's why I have water. Speaking of, I took a sip. Pardon me.
Same me.
How are you feeling, Avery?
Better, I guess?
I'm glad to hear it. We didn't mean to spring this on you, but I think we all forgot how confusing it was at the start. I know I assumed you already knew what was happening.
So, am I the only one who didn't read the contract? Did it say like, hey, I'm gonna turn you into a cat or something? Not in so many words, at least. But, but of course we all read it, right? Wow, the varying degrees of sheepishness going around this table right now. Nope.
I didn't really understand the safe zones talk and things. I thought it was about, like, safety protocol, but I didn't ask.
Hayes shrugs and looks intently at the maple syrup pooled on this plate, which I'm choosing to interpret as a no.
I skimmed it. I got the potential for great power, but at a price part, but the specifics.
Oh my god. Oh my god, all of you. No wonder I'm the one in charge here.
The point is, Avery, we don't want you to feel like you're alone. We've tried finding out more about it, but we all hit dead ends. Yeah, you can't exactly wiki how to cure a cat curse. Well, you can, but the results are... Well, they're from the internet.
Oh, why don't you just ask him?
Oh yeah, I did. He said something like, we are actors on the stage of life, and we have been cast in the drama of this cafe.
That sounds a little like something he would say.
Doesn't sound like his voice at all, though.
And you bought that? But everybody just sort of nods and agrees with Reese. Wow.
But we're all in this together. We're like teammates now, and we can figure it out with or without Graves.
Yeah. You're right. We can do this. I raise my fork, pancake piece still attached, like a musketeer giving a salute. I get varying nods and murmurs of agreement, but nobody follows my example. I thought we could have made this a thing. What we need to figure out first is crowd control. Crowd management. Kind of the same thing. Jelly donut days are rough and we need to be ready. I think I should spend time with Mason. To help her in the kitchen, of course. Hayes, too. I'm okay with that.
We might need both of you to come out and help us from time to time, too. We can't spare anyone besides Finley for cat detail today. You know how these days go. No cat breaks. Sorry, Hayes.
I know.
Avery will be main two covering the floor. Hayes and Reese will be out from time to time. We get really swamped. And Graves should be by later to help us out. It might be hectic, so I hope you're ready. Might be.
Hmm.
Let's see. Mission accepted.
That sounds exciting. I bet this place is fun when it's busy.
Yeah. The people who come by are so cute. Just wait until you see the kids. This little girl had a jelly donut shirt she made herself.
Oh, that's so cute.
I think you'd look cute in a jelly donut shirt too.
Are you trying to get me to join your fan club or something?
I don't have one, but if you want to manage it,
No, that's...
your loss. Mason, are you ready?
Hold on a sec.
Yes.
The thing I'm using to look at chat is not really working.
Nobody's in chat, it's just me.
No.
And a wild
I still need to
executor has
monitor it.
appeared.
A what?
A wild executor has appeared. I'm getting another one, and my cat wants out of my recording room. Uh-oh.
You gotta take care of the real cat.
Yes, he is literally doing, like, death spirals trying to get under the door. He's
Oh
so
my
cute.
god.
He's like, I can do it, I can fit, I can do it. It's like, uh-huh. How well is that going for you, Mr. Kitty Kitty?
I just realized. Okay, it's been 2 hours.
Yep. Alright. I will be right back. I gotta take my headset off. I can't quite reach the door.
Sounds good. Do. This music might be a little too loud. I mean, it might be. Yeah, it's pretty loud. Maybe I should go into the settings and change that.
Okay, and I'm back.
Even though the music is okay on my end, my Twitch thing says that it's
way too loud.
It's about the same level as me talking, and so that tells me I'm drowning out, I think. Sure.
No? Listening to the Twitch, it sounds fine.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm listening to our conversation play back to us. It sounds fine.
You have a new line.
Oh, sorry. I was still watching the Twitch stream, making sure everything it sounded good. There. Okay,
Hey,
adjusted.
it went up 6 degrees. It is 1 degree now.
Yay!
It is not
First
freezing.
degree!
I mean, it's freezing, but it's not below freezing anymore.
Yes. Well, below zero. It's still below freezing, because freezing is 32.
No, below freezing. So, freezing is below 32. Below freezing is below 0.
Not if you're into science. 32 degrees is freezing. 31 degrees would be below freezing.
That's what I said.
31 degrees would be below freezing.
Freezing
Still
below 32 degrees is freezing, and then below
Yes.
that is below freezing.
freezing is 32. Everything below 32 is below freezing. I know. I'll stop being a butt. Let me read my line. Mason, are you ready? This is going to be a long day for you.
I like a challenge. Now finish eating so we can get back to work. Yes, ma'am. Reese shovels one last pancake in his mouth and without even finishing chewing, grabs his plate and hurries off after Mason. Hayes at least manages some grace in his exit.
I better get ready too. My public awaits.
Finley hands me her plate, then dramatically flicks her hair away from her face like a starlet in a photo shoot. She disappears into the back as well.
All right, Avery, do you drink your coffee? Yes.
She might not. No, I'm kidding.
No. Avery, drink your coffee because it's time to get energetic.
Yeah.
Good, because if you look outside the cafe and around the corner...
Aw, man. Is that why there were so many people out front?
Yep.
I better chug this coffee then. Well, better get pumped.
Chugging coffee does not assist.
And oh boy, did it become busy fast. And chugging coffee does not help in the slightest because in 10 minutes you're gonna need to go to the bathroom.
Yes.
Or at least 20 minutes. There was a crowd of people as soon as we opened the door, and they're all clamoring to see the internet sensation Jelly Donut. They pour in like a leak in a ship's hull. Laundry tells me that sometimes we have to cap the number of people allowed in at a time, but it's not that bad yet.
Hopefully, the numbers stay down until Grave gets back. We'll need the crowd control in the afternoon.
Where the heck is he anyway?
I'm sure he has to deal with a lot. There's a lot more to managing a restaurant than what goes on inside, I'm sure. He always comes to help out sooner or later.
I'm having a lot of trouble picturing Graves waiting tables. Maybe he wears that uniform Reese is so obsessed with. Okay, I don't have time to sit here daydreaming about that. There are tables to wait. Boy, are there a lot of orders for donuts and coffee today. I didn't even know that was on the menu. I guess it's pretty on point to offer donuts on a day where Jelly Donut is in the cafe, but somehow I hadn't expected it. I don't see them in the pastry case. Maybe they're still in the back? I better go check. Hey, Mason! Are there donuts back here? Where are the donuts is what I wanted to say. Oh yeah, there are a lot of donuts. A whole stack of them, and they're still warm.
Warm donuts are the best.
Yes. They're those cakey donuts that are so good too.
Nah.
I shouldn't be hungry after such a big breakfast, but they look amazing. And it's not just looks, it's the smell. The smell of baked goods is the number...
The smell of baked goods is addictive. No matter how often you eat, and then you smell something sweet and freshly baked, you're instantly hungry again.
Especially if you have a gluten intolerance.
I'm so sorry.
It's horrible. The coast is clear. I don't see Mason. Hayes and Reese aren't even in the room. I could just... sneak a donut.
Do it. Do it!
Just one donut won't hurt, right? I reach out my hand and feel another hand on my shoulder. I freeze. I can feel her lean in real close. So close I feel her hair brush the side of my face. Gonna pay for that. Sorry. I don't steal from my kitchen. She She says it in such a low, calm voice, but I never, ever think about it again. I will never, ever think about it again. Sorry, I won't do it again. You're right. Oh. You're right. You won't. She ruffles my hair.
You are now dead.
She ruffles my hair and is gone as quickly as she appeared. I pity anyone that ends up on her bad side. Hopefully I'm not one of them. And judging by how much work she put into those jelly donuts, not really jelly donut, but...
the donuts. Yeah,
they
well,
took
the
a
jelly
long-
donuts.
They took a long time to make, I'm thinking, maybe.
Not really. Usually for like little cat ears, you take something like a peanut or half a pistachio, or sometimes you'll have like little pre-made like fondant ears, and then you just drizzle all your icing on top of them. The hardest part is probably drawing the cat faces on them. Everything else should be relatively easy.
Mm-mm. Now stop wasting time. It's busy out there. Right. Mason dumps the tray of plates in my hands, then shoos me out of the kitchen. I bring the plates to their respective tables. I'm getting really good at this waitstaff stuff.
Oh, thank goodness you're back, Avery! We're so swamped!
Avery to the rescue! This is still a bit much. It's like we're under a waterfall of people who want to see Jelly Donut or something like that. I don't know, I'm too busy to think of a good metaphor. Finley's loving it though. Look at her just mug for the camera. Ah, and there they go again. Someone else trying to put their donut on her head. Excuse me, please read the rules. We can't let customers bring food to the cat play area. Do you want to do it?
Yes.
Because I've been talking so much.
Fine. Whatever.
Jeez. You see something on the internet and you think it's okay to do it in real life? Some people. Someone better talk to that kid about these bad habits she's encouraging in people.
Yes, that was a child's voice.
The offending customer has already vanished back to his table, but now there are 3 people who've taken his place. Yeah, he's totally a he. We need more babysitters. One at a time, please. No flash photography. Oh, thank goodness. Reese and Hayes are back out to help corral the crowds. Reese has taken a spot at the door as the world's tiniest bouncer, and Hayes is taking someone's order. I'll be honest, Reese as a bouncer is funny and cute. Which reminds me, I better get back to work. We're in the final stretch, but dang is this exhausting. My pockets are bursting with tips, but that's not much consolation if I feel like I'm never gonna leave this place. I could really use a break. Hey. How? What's she doing out here? Does she need a break too? I suppose I shouldn't be too selfish. I'm not the only one working my butt off here. Get in here. It's not a request so much as a command. I better go see what's up. Did some kind of baking bomb go off in here? We're all taking turns busting tables, but this crowd hasn't left much time to deal with dishes and cooking utensils. I need your help. And here I thought you didn't trust me in the kitchen. I don't, smartass. I need coffee. Ouch. Yeah, me too. No. We're low on beans. Get them from the basement, right around the corner. I'm swamped. Oh, duh. Yeah, of course. Just a sec, I'll get them. I've never been in the basement before. It's probably not a great idea to get someone to help me out, but dark spaces kind of creep me out. This is a restaurant, not a haunted house, and I'm not some scaredy cat. It should be fine. Here goes nothing. Jeez, Graves. Holy crap, Graves! Character thought exactly what I was thinking.
Yep. Sad thing is I actually love the decor of his basement. It makes me feel like, yeah, this would definitely be his basement.
Mm-hmm. I try to give you the benefit of the doubt, and this happens? This isn't a restaurant storehouse, it's a Halloween surplus store. Is that? It is. It's a curio full of model skeletons. What the hell? What's he got padlocked in that cabinet? Do I want to know? Yikes.
No.
I better get out of here and go back upstairs quickly before I get attacked by a giant toad. I find
Yes.
a giant bag of unground coffee beans that I'm sure I can just barely lift myself, but more interesting is the book that's resting on top of it. With its worn leather cover embossed with silver swirls in the shape of a cat, it looks like a spell book or something. It's probably Graves' diary. I'm so curious.
Yes, immediately think it's a diary and not think it's a spell book because of the location that you're hiding in.
Right. It wouldn't hurt to take a little peek, right? What the heck? I don't get this at all. Is it all written in code or something? This is all nonsense. Wait a second. Why is my name in here? Ew, is Graves writing about me in his diary? Avery. Oh, she sounds mad. Now's not the time to start reading. The book is real tiny and fits just right in my hoodie. I'm gonna look through this when I get home. It's probably nothing, but after seeing my name in it, how could I resist taking it home for a better look? I'll bring it back before anyone even notices it's gone. It's not your property, don't do that.
What? A little bit of snooping never hurt anyone.
Okay, but seriously, I should leave before a crow lands in my hair or something. I have the coffee bag in my arms and trundle up the stairs back to the kitchen. Ah, the light of day. It was way too quiet in that basement. I barely get the door open when I hear muffled noise from the dining room and the clanging of pots and pans in the kitchen. Get lost. Took you long enough. Sorry, I don't know my way around here. There yet. Creepy, isn't it? Yeah, I'm glad you said it. It gave me the chills. I like it. Somehow, I am not surprised. Thanks. Now get back to work. Okay. Anytime. The whirring of the coffee grinder starts immediately after I start talking. This conversation is probably over. Better get out there and see what's going on. It looks like the crowd has dissipated. I also don't see Finley, Jelly Donut anywhere. I guess even her energy has its limits, huh?
Beauty, how about some coffee? A real busy day at work.
Do you want to say that again? Because it sounded really tired.
I mean... Hey, cutie, how about some coffee? A real busy day at work. That's all you're getting.
Oh, there she is. Wow, she looks worn out. I bet that does take a lot out of you. Wait, cutie. Dang, is she just being friendly or is she making a move? I'm confused. You gotta
My brain
have
can't...
Huh?
My brain can't process. Is it a flirt or is it just friendliness?
Right.
I know that feeling. Yep, stuff.
Oh, hot stuff?
Yes.
You got it, hot stuff. Why did I say that? That's so lame. I'm no good at this stuff. How would you like your coffee?
You're so cute. Skip milk and as sweet as you.
Sure.
Oh man, this is one of those moments where if you saw this in real life, you'd be like,
This was
"Boo.
awkward.
Boo. Move on. It ain't working.
You guys are so cute together, but it is so cringe to watch, so...
Fair. Oh my god, blush so easily.
My face feels like it's on fire. Gotta get out of here before all my grace steams out of my ears. I fetch her a cup of coffee just the way she likes it. Once I make it back, I catch her looking at her phone.
They got some really good comments today. We should see a nice boost in traffic from this.
So, is this what you mean by social media expert or whatever?
Yep. run the company message boards and all those other accounts. Jelly Donut was something I started doing to get more cafe time. I didn't expect it to get so big. It's actually a lot of fun. You should join me when you start transforming too. I could use a sidekick.
Yeah. I'd forgotten about that until just now. Thanks for reminding me.
Oh, sorry. I'm just trying to help. Here, come sit with me a sec.
It's quiet enough that Landry can take care of the remaining stragglers, so it should be fine if we sit for a minute or two.
Really though, it's gonna be fine. We all stick together here, and you're part of the family now. Got it?
You have, sprinkles in your hair. She reaches up and finds a treasure trove of sugar stuck in her bangs.
So I do. I need it though. Got it?
Yeah. Thanks.
Got any room for another at this table?
I'm sorry, but you're a third wheel to our party of two. Goodbye.
I'm sorry, Cocoa Milk. We want the hot coffee.
No, she's not really a coffee. She's more like boba
Milkshake!
tea.
She's a milkshake!
I guess.
Yay!
How about milk tea?
Yes!
Yeah, she's a nice milk tea.
Yep, it's something where, depending on her base, it's something where she can either be super festive, super warm and cozy, or just something comforting.
Yeah,
I like
soothing.
it. Yeah!
Guess there weren't too many left after all. I glanced downstairs and it looks like he's already locked the door.
Always!
Laundry scoots a chair next to Finley. I guess the cafe is closed now. I lost my voice, I'm sorry.
It's okay. You're still calling him Laundry, though. I think that's just a thing vibe at this point in time. His name is Laundry.
I'm just gonna call him L or something, I don't know.
No! That brings up too many images of Death Note and whatnot. You
Right.
can't be L. I'm okay with Laundry, though.
You're okay with
Because we got...
This is my
Because
revenge.
we've got Laundry,
This
Peanut
is-
Butter Cup, and we got Milk Tea.
Laundry is hot cocoa, what are you talking about?
Yes.
No, seriously. This is my revenge for you making fun of Stufflenee's names so often.
So many times. Yeah, fair, fair. Either that or, you know, I think I'm gonna stick with Laundry just because I just thought of a great excuse.
No.
Yes. It's totally a pun that he can either be clean or dirty.
No.
Yes!
No.
Okay. Okay. We're good.
I expect you. Okay. I expect you all won't spend too much time lollygagging. We have cleanup to do.
Jeez, Dad.
Lollygagging? Really? I don't know. It was the first word that came to mind.
Reese, why don't you sit with us too? We could all use a break.
I suppose so. Where are Hayes and Mason?
Oh, you know Mason. She's probably already gone.
She doesn't stick around after ships to help with cleanup.
She gets here earlier than any of us for prep, so it's only fair she also leaves early. Besides, I think she has something that she does have to wear.
What? As a cat?
Yes. Hey, don't judge.
I wonder what kind of cat she is anyway. It feels kind of rude to think that, but you know what they say about curiosity and cats. I should see if she's here to thank her for her work. I'll be right back.
Tell Hayes to come join us if you see him.
You got it. Wow, the kitchen is pretty clean already. Was Mason that quick? Oh, there she is. I caught her before she could go. Mason. What? You really busted your butt today. Thank you. It's my job. She's already got one foot out the door. She seems irritated that I interrupted her. Have a good night.
Yep.
Well, have a good night. And with that, she's gone. Boy, she's hard to talk to. She disappears around the corner, but a second later I catch a glimpse of a lanky orange cat with a crooked tail. Maybe that's her. It looks like she's heading in the same direction as my apartment. I wonder if we're neighbors. Probably not. That's kind of silly to assume. When I get back to the kitchen, I hear the sink running. It looks like Hayes is doing the rest of the dishes. Why doesn't he come out with the others? Poor boy deserves a break as much as the rest of us. If everybody's a family, like Finley says, he should be part of it too. Help Hayes with the dishes. Oh.
Yes.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you've been on a roll with the Finley route.
I don't want that to reflect on my personality at all.
You want to date the gamer who's into things and the internet celebrity, which, I mean, at this point in time with a nerd, might not be too far off.
I really doubt that. I guess we could do this...
He's just less high energy.
Nerds? No, he's totally got more energy than I do.
Well, I mean less high energy than Finley.
Oh, gotcha. I guess we could do this real quick, though. Hey, let me help with that. You can't do all those yourself. You don't have to. Yeah, I do. Or I'm gonna feel bad leaving you in here by yourself. I like it that way. Too bad, because I'm here. He turns the sink back on and looks away from me. I guess it was a little forceful. He's acting like I scolded him. We do the dishes together quietly. He washes, I dry. This is really awkward. So... Hayes looks startled like I just shouted at him. I was only trying to break the silence, but maybe I should have done a good follow-up. You've been working here long, maybe? Nailed it.
Yep, perfect.
I suppose so. How long is that? 2 months? I'd get more blood from a stone. Should I leave him alone after all? That's cool. Yeah. And that's it, huh? Awkward. We finish up the dishes without much else by way of talking. Great. Alright, I'm gonna go back out and sit with the others for a bit. You coming? Sure. We both head out quietly. I grab a cup of coffee on my way back to the cafe. He slips upstairs, probably to get a cup of much, much better coffee. I head back upstairs, coffee in hand, and return to my seat. Hayes follows shortly after and sits at the table next to us. I reach out and drag his table a little closer to ours. Just a little. We all sit and talk over coffee for a while. We divide the tips, careful to leave a separate stack for Mason when she gets in tomorrow. It's getting pretty dark. I should get going soon. I say goodbye to everyone and head out. They're all staying late again. I can understand that. Of course they'd want to be human for as long as possible. I'm gonna enjoy this while I can. The gravity of the situation weighs on me as soon as I'm out the door. What the hell am I gonna do once I start turning into a cat? How could I explain that? Nobody would believe me.
Mew.
Mew is a great Pokemon.
Yes.
And the thought flies out of my head. That black cat with the odd eyes is back. It sits in the middle of the road. Something dangles from its mouth, but I can't tell what. Sorry, for some reason I thought it was you speaking.
Nope.
Quit it, Graves. I know that's you. The black cat stares back at me impassively. Playing dumb isn't gonna work. The black cat flops onto the pavement and splays out its legs. It's not even looking at me. Maybe I'm off on this hot tip after all. I guess sometimes a cat is just a cat. Everything's getting to me. All the more reason to go home and get some sleep. I'm almost home now. I should figure out what I'm gonna do for dinner. This is a nice dynamic. I like it. It's so so good.
For the Hustle Cat games, from everything that I can remember when we watched a Dodger playthrough on it, I love the art style. I love how well done all the pictures are. Again, me admiring the backgrounds back in the beginning of this, but definitely a good set of folks here.
Mm-hmm. Something just hit my back. Get it off. Get it off. Get it off. Get off. Get off. Get off. Wait, it's gone? I see the black cat at my feet. What the heck? What the hell? Damn it, Graves. I don't care if this cat is Graves or not. I'm calling it that until I'm proven wrong.
Yeah.
The black cat trots off somewhere. Is it just me, or did that just sound like someone saying the word meow? Worse than that, it sounded kind of smug. Graves! Maybe it's not him. Maybe I just smell like cat and attract other cats now. I better get home before I'm jumped by more strays. I run the rest of the way home and slam the door behind me. I can't take this. If my hair wasn't already white, it'd be turning that way. Probably
You're
Mochi.
late.
Oh? Who said that? I look down. Mochi's fat face is looking up at me. Oh. Oh no. No, 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 no. No. I'm not doing this. I dump some kibble in Mochi's bowl, then go to my room and close the door behind me. I shamble into my pajamas, but when I bundle up my hoodie, I feel a firm, squarish bulge in the pocket. That's right, the book! Maybe something useful is in here. I start to flip through the book again. There's my name, and there's Hayes. Finley, Mason, Landry, and Reese. This must be a clue of some kind, but I don't know what it's supposed to say. All these words... What's... I'm dead. All these words... like written by birds. All these words look like they've been written by birds hopping around in ink. I toss my hoodie on the floor and get to work. Maybe I can decipher it. If I hold the book upside down... Nah. Is there a cipher? The extra mango. Oh, what's this? It is Hustle Cat. It is a cute little dating sim game that was... It used to be an indie game, I guess? I don't know. How is the extra mango?
I think it is still an indie game. I'm not sure.
I'm just so impressed with the art style and the music and stuff. Like, they did a good job with this. Just so you know, the extra mango is not a streamer.
I mean, kind of like me. So, we're good. But it's my job. I have to do the shout-outs when I see the peoples.
Thank you for being here, Mango. And also, because I know that you have expressed your interest in our art streams, we are doing an art stream on Saturday. We are thinking of moving it to 7 instead of 6, though. So, just letting you know. Streamy. No streaky yet. we should hope there's no streaky yet.
Oh my.
But, you know,
I mean,
you do you.
Once you cross that line, I mean, enjoy your sports activities in the streaky.
It's tricky. I haven't even started my art for that yet, even though it's been, what, 3 weeks? 3 weeks, I think.
2 weeks. Not 3, 2.
We were gone for 2 weeks, so this week would be the third
Would be
week.
3.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. My math was off.
But we're so sorry that we were gone for so long. But we're happy to see you again.
Yeah, and I will let you know, since Ghost is saying she's not done with hers yet. I'm done with mine, and I think it's super cute. I'm actually pleased with it.
You and Katie are always done early, though.
Yeah. Usually because we have nothing better to do.
Well,
Haha.
okay, you're 50-50, actually. You're usually either really on top of it, or you're really behind.
Yep, really last minute where you're like, we have 20 minutes before the stream starts. It's okay, you can still take my video. I want to come join you.
We missed you guys too, and I'll be honest, I love my family a lot, and, you know, family gets on your nerves too, so 50-50,
yep.
But give or take. But we really, really missed you guys here on the stream and on Twitch, because we've gotten so used to you guys, and we know you guys now, so honestly, 100%, we would really miss you guys if we had to quit Twitch. But anyway, back to this.
Saying it simply, you and Cynthia have been missed as well.
Yes.
But yeah, no, art stream coming up soon. We are currently doing a Puzzle Cat. It's a dating sim. We are currently on the Finley route. I think we are about, I want to say about a little more than a third done, not quite halfway. We're just getting
Are we really not halfway?
bits.
Dang, I thought we could do this all in one sitting. Maybe not.
We might have to do, like, each individual person in one sitting.
And Nerds is working right now. His work days can be anything from literally 3 hours to 16 hours. It really depends on what they give him for work, because it's all based on his metrics. So it sounds like today was a good day, so he'll probably be home at about 6 or 9. So it's really up to how fast he gets the job done and how many jobs he had that day.
Yep.
No, is there a cipher? Nope. I don't know why I bothered looking. Of course it won't be that easy. I try for another 20 minutes or so, but it's useless. Oh, I give up. Frustrated, I drop the book. It hits my hoodie and ungracefully tumbles over. I shuffle them away with my foot and something tumbles out. What is that? It looks like it fell out of the hood. A bookmark? Did I leave that there? Why would I put anything there? I pick it up. Looks like it's got some weird holographic center. It's kind of pretty. I should bring it back to the cafe tomorrow along with that stupid book. I go to tuck the bookmark into it for safekeeping, but... Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me put this bookmark in it.
A little herb in it. Yeah. I love how we went to the same place, but for different ways.
Lunch is over. I'll try to drop by later. Okay. Thanks for dropping by. It was great seeing you. I hope work is good.
Swinging by.
I can read it with this. I don't know how it got there, but it's the key to reading this book. The Hallowed Covenant of Witchery? What? Reese did say something about witches the other day. This might be a good lead to whatever's going on. I settle in with the book and start from the beginning. Oh, that was a loading? What? Why did it load?
I don't know.
I've been doing this for days now. I wake up, go to work, come home, lose myself in the grimoire, and barely make it to bed right before the sun comes back up. Lather, rinse, repeat. Listen to me. I'm calling the thing a grimoire now. I can't stop reading this dang book. Or mumbling to myself, I guess. But seriously, there's all this stuff about witches, covens, and powers. I've never seen anything like it. Sometimes I don't even understand the words on the page, but they make me feel strange when I read. Powerful, I guess. Like, if I keep going, they'll suddenly click into place and I'll learn something unknowable. It's getting to me, though. I feel haggard. Ugh. I feel haggard. And my coworkers have pointed out I'm getting some wicked bags under my eyes. I haven't told them about the book. I bet they think I've just been up playing video games or something.
You need it to summon the Kitty Sulu.
Kitty Thulu.
Yes. Mer.
What's with you? You're so friendly lately. Since when did you sit in laps? They do say that some witches get familiars. Nah, that's ridiculous. I'm getting ahead of myself here. I'm not becoming a witch. I have been trying some of the stuff in the book out, though. Just a bit. You can't blame me for that. Hear me out, but I think I managed to move a cola can with magic. Maybe it was balanced weirdly or something and fell on its own, but it felt like it worked. I've definitely been reading this gibberish book for too long. I should stretch my legs or something. Right, Mochi?
Mer.
See? Even Mochi agrees, and he hates exercise.
He's just hoping that whatever you do, you will bring him back more of the canned wet food. You are now his chosen human.
Hey, it's actually pretty early. Reading a dusty tome all night actually reset my sleep schedule to a normal one. I'm gonna celebrate with some coffee, breakfast, and a nice walk. When did I become a coffee drinker anyway? It's not bad at all, now that I've gotten used to it. The stuff I drink is actually a real shade of tan now, almost. My palate is refining every day.
Oh my. Mine isn't. Mine is still milky.
I used to drink black coffee, but I have definitely gotten more spoiled as I got older.
Yep. No, I can't drink black coffee. It makes my stomach sick. So mine is always like milk-flavored coffee. Or coffee-flavored milk. Coffee-flavored milk.
There was, when I was in college and I lost that weight, and you remember when I lost the weight.
Yep.
A time that I really could not handle sugar in a lot of things. And
yep.
I still don't like super sweet stuff, but I definitely like sugar more than I did.
I am a little sugar monster. My entire mouth is a sweet tooth. If it's sweet, I want it.
I'm so hungry now. Oh my gosh. Did you hear my stomach? Holy crap.
No.
Dang it. I
mean,
had breakfast. There's no reason for me to be hungry right now.
Well, we've been at this for about, 3 hours, and we're working at a cafe, so we're talking a lot of food stuff.
I blame you.
Fair. I think this is the point where you want to think about that. We may want to finish Finley's route, take a break, and then come back, maybe?
I really wish I knew how long these routes were. You know what I mean?
Well, if I remember correctly, we still have to have our crush find out that we're learning magic, and we help the crush. And then the bad thing happens at the cafe, and we have to help defend the cafe. And then if we've done the route right, which the guide that I'm following should have us on the right track, we should have our scene with our crush. So we still have a little way to go.
You're doing a lot of spoilers, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, but it's fine.
Yeah.
I don't know a lot of people. I can't tell who's watching. But anyway.
Nobody's there at the moment.
We'll keep going for a little while longer, and then at some point we're going to take a break because I have to eat. Again, I guess.
Fair. Fair.
But I do hope to finish this today. I kind of just want a big old cheese Danish or something, too. That's that corner store down the road. There's that corner store down the road. I've been in there for a lot of fun stuff, right? Sorry, I can't read. I've been in there for a lot of stuff, and their breakfast pastries look really good. Not fun stuff. Eatable stuff.
Eatable stuff is totally fun.
Right? I could also just stop by the cafe. It's closed to customers today, but I bet someone's hanging around who can make me a nice fancy coffee or something.
And we can pick either or.
Either or? Okay.
Yep.
I bet you we'll find Hayes, so I'm gonna go to Hayes. You know what? Why waste money when I can just get some coffee for free at the cafe? I'm still not real great on that water-coffee grounds ratio, but better I learn with myself than with customers, right? Last time I tried to make coffee was a disaster. It came out as this gross brown water. I really have to learn to do this right. Not to sound judgmental, but coffee is gross brown water technically if you're not into it, so I don't know why you're worried about it.
I mean, fair.
You actually have to like coffee to enjoy it. Doesn't look like anybody's here yet. There are some lights on in the cafe and on the floor above, but I don't see anyone moving around inside. Maybe I was wrong about people coming here on their days off. Is it really just gonna be me hanging out at work like I have nothing better to do? Alright, I'll just go make some coffee and then figure out what else to do for the day. Luckily, I just got my key. I can unlock the door and let myself in.
You know the alarm codes.
Even though there are no people here, the cafe still feels busy with all these cats milling around. There goes Hash Browns, bossing around some other cat like usual. Now is making eyes at his own reflection on the floor. Kotick's in a cute little ball by the window. Marina and Ayn are catching some sun. And Junta has his paw around one of the other cats like they're spooning. Who is it? I peek in closer to get a look and maybe a photo, but when I see that little seal point nose sticking out, I pause. Is that Hayes? His ear flicks and one eye shoots open. It looks like he takes a moment to register what's happening, but once he does, his eyes dilate to the size of saucers. Avery! His tail puffs up and he backs away from Junta at a surprising speed. He bumps into the wall and then hops a solid 6 inches into the air in shock. Hayes, calm down. It's just me. Junta was crying a lot and then I just sort of... Oh, please don't make fun of me. Junta is one of our newest cats. He's a sweetheart stray we found wandering the streets, but he scares easily, so he gets clingy sometimes. Why would I do that? That was really sweet of you. Slowly, I reach down and scratch Junta behind the ears. He's confused by all the commotion, but doesn't seem too stressed about it. But You're so thoughtful about the cats. It's great. Oh. I guess so, thanks. I'm jealous, actually. I wish I could sleep in a pile of cats. It is pretty nice. He seems to have...
Nice, but at the same time, the minute they get in your face, it's no longer nice. They will suffocate you, and they have no regrets.
They don't give a damn.
Nope.
He seems to have calmed down a bit, thankfully. How about some coffee? I could go for a cup, and I bet you could too. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to change back. Don't look, okay? You got it. Despite being around all these cursed cat people, I've never seen a transformation in progress. Maybe it's not something I'm supposed to see. Anyway, it's probably as rude and creepy as watching someone get changed, so I'm not about to peek. Okay. Would you like a cappuccino? I'll go make us some coffee. That sounds great. Thank you. Oh no! I missed a blade! No!
Paying attention to the chat because we've been so quiet.
I know, right? Score! I don't have to mess with the coffee machine at all. I sink into my favorite spot on the big circle couch to take a big ol' sip of my coffee. I could sit here all day. Maybe I will. Oh, this is...
Oh, Avery, you're here early.
Yeah, I thought I'd come see what everybody's doing. I've been cooped up in my house too long.
It's good to see you. I'll be around doing some handiwork, but let me know if you need anything.
Oh, don't worry about me. It sounds like you'll be busy enough. There's the door again.
Hi, hi!
Hi, hi.
Yes. So, Avery, what breed are you? Do you know yet?
Excuse me?
I mean... Sorry, is it still a sensitive subject?
No. Nothing's happened to me since the day I grew the whisker. I figured it'd take more time.
That's strange. I turned in about a week. Yeah, me too.
Hayes nods from the other couch. This wouldn't be the first time Avery's slow on the uptake. Were you just standing there waiting for a chance to say something like that? Of course not.
Of course he was.
He totally was. They're right, though. Playing with that book made me totally forget about the curse. Why haven't I seen any changes since then?
Well, I'm gonna go do some laundry.
Shut up!
Well, at least they're open about it. Let me know whenever you find out. I'm betting you'll be a silver tabby or something pretty like that.
Or something even better, like a Persian, or what the heck is the one cat that we used to have? Maybe it's a Siamese that I'm thinking of.
Yeah, no, I think it was a Siamese or a snowshoe.
Maybe.
Because a snowshoe is more or less a Siamese cat that has unusual white splotches that don't match the appropriate coloration. And they usually have a little bit more floof to them.
I hope the type
I
of
would say that... Oh, me first. Ha. I would say that for Avery, they probably are just going to turn into a domestic short hair, just a plain cat, and just end up being a full white cat.
I bet you it would be a black and white cat that he turns into.
A tuxedo!
I hope the type of cat I become is still a person. Reese rolls his eyes and flops down on the long row of seats to the side of the cafe. He settles in with a spiral-bound sketchbook. Finley picks up a large bag and trundles toward the stairs. Is there a laundry machine up there?
Yeah, it's in Graves' apartment. Yeah, he lets us do laundry there for free.
Wait, Graves lives here?
Yeah, duh. The third floor is his apartment.
Shouldn't we see him, like, all the time? He's basically a ghost as it is.
He's usually out until really late.
Nope.
Oh, wrong voice! I should have double checked. I thought she was still screaming at us from the upper area. He's usually out until really late at night and leaves pretty early in the morning. I don't think he sleeps.
I bet he sleeps in a fancy coffin.
I mean, he's really busy. He takes care of all the administrative stuff for the cafe after all. Well, I better get to work. That ramp isn't gonna build itself after all.
Landry gives me a little wave, then disappears into the back. He's back a few minutes later with hands full of lumber and a roll of carpet. So that's why all that stuff was in the basement.
Sorry, it might get a little bit noisy in here.
That's no problem with me. I suppose, if you must. Landry and Reese go back to work. A few minutes later, I hear Finley. I peek up at the balcony, and she's fiddling with a laptop or something. Everybody seems to be keeping themselves busy. Maybe I should help one of them out. But on the other hand, I'm not getting paid for it, so... Finley?
What? I believe so. Oh, yes. Uh-oh.
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 Hold on.
Did you steer us wrong?
I may have scooted the screen, but it looks like we are okay. I'm double checking the points and we hit all the same points. But yes, we go hang out with Finley.
I'm pretty good with computers, sometimes. I bet it could help Finley out with whatever she's working on. After a brief pit stop to toss my coffee cup in the trash, I head upstairs. What's up? How are the jelly donut videos doing?
Oh, just the person I was looking for. Let me see your hands. Come on. I know you know more words than that. Hold out your hands.
I don't know what you're doing, but okay. I hold out my hands, palms up. Don't do that stupid slap game on me. Do not!
I didn't even think of that. Dang, next time. You have really nice hands.
Thanks.
Alright, you'll do just fine, just like I thought. Come here.
You haven't told me what we're doing yet. What you're doing.
Oh, you're right. I got a little ahead of myself. I'm making a human version jelly donut video, and you're gonna help me.
Does that mean you're gonna balance donuts on your human head? Are you gonna balance donuts on my head?
Nah, that's dumb. I'm gonna do a tutorial for jelly donut themed nail art. And you're my model.
Oh jeez.
Oh boy, have fun.
That sounds pretty cute, actually.
You ever paint your nails before?
Nope. I bet it would come out all weird looking and gross if I tried.
Oh, you weren't that much of a klutz. But I bet you could at least manage solid colors. We're gonna do so much more than that. It's gonna be so fun!
Alright. What do I need to do?
Just sit down and place your hands on this table.
Okay.
Let me set up the tripod, and then we'll get to work. I'm just gonna record the footage right now. I'll do the music and voiceover much later, so don't worry about that. The camera's just gonna be on our hands, so just stay still.
She claps. Yeah. She claps. I can't do it.
Clasp.
Clasps my hands for a second and waves them up and down for emphasis. I can feel a blush prickling my cheeks. Not gonna lie, my stomach is so hungry, I'm actually lightheaded right now, so we might actually stop for a second.
Oh, did we want to finish this bit, or did we want to stop now?
I preferably right now.
Okay.
I promise we'll be right back. I'm just gonna pop something in the microwave real quick, and then, so maybe 10 minutes at most.
Okay.
Trying really hard to get that bolt over.
I can't figure out how to buy Pokeballs. I'll figure it out eventually. I'll figure it out one day.
It should just be Pokeball. You don't need to put the, V's, whatever they're called.
Oh, the brackets?
Yeah.
That might be why then, because it keeps saying I can't buy the items. So that would explain it. Okay, never mind. But I will deal with that when I'm not helping with this stream and I'm just being a nuisance.
A nuisance.
We have to get your cute face on the camera sometime too. But first things first.
She sets a small tackle box on the seat next to us. She props it open and it's full of nail polish bottles and all sorts of weird looking tools. There's also stuff like glue. Nail art is a lot more serious than I thought, clearly.
Things will be pretty simple. You work in a place where you don't want rhinestones or other stuff coming off, you know?
Okay. She sets to work and sets the tiny brush to my index finger. The polish feels kind of cold. Wow, her painting is so precise. I'd be all over the place if I tried to make these kinds of shapes. She moves quickly across each nail, painting the basic shape of a donut or a cat on each.
Good.
What? Good at sitting here? You're the one who's good.
But I already know that.
With a few more quick, tiny strokes of a pen or something, Finley leans back triumphantly.
There we go. I'm a genius.
She kinda is. There's all these little donuts with sprinkles and a big calico cat on my thumbnail. I'm gonna ruin these in like 30 seconds flat, I'm sure, but it's kind of nice to have now. Wow, thanks.
Anything for my biggest fan.
Oh geez, she's never gonna give that up, is she?
Now, stay put for a bit and let those dry.
Can I at least go sit on the couch downstairs?
I guess.
We all get caught up doing our own thing when I hear footsteps approach from the kitchen. Why, if it isn't the big boss himself?
My wonderful cat, Herbert. I see you've been keeping the place well while I've been gone.
He looks us over, but his gaze stops on me for just a second. He has a weird glimmer in his eye that I can't really place. Ew. I'm on to you, buddy. I know you have something to do with that book. It can't have just been there because you're a collector or something. Heck, it has our names in it. I don't really understand those pages since the bookmark doesn't work on them, but still, it must be something fishy.
Totally. Landry. Excellent work on the cat's equipment, as always. But I'm not done yet. Have you ever given me reason to doubt? I know you'll do a stellar job. We can talk about furniture designs, too. Sure thing, boss. Reed, I see you've been keeping your protege in line. Keep up the good work.
Of course. Nothing gets past me.
The eyes and talon of an eagle.
Protege? Are they talking about me?
Probably. Hayes, my sweet Hayes. Can I trouble you for some of your exquisite coffee?
I'd be happy to.
You are a treasure as always. I hope you've been keeping well.
Oh, well...
Finley!
Finley peeks her head over the upstairs balcony to shout down. Come on, just come downstairs.
Present! Your videos are keeping me busy. We hit a whole new attendance record the other day. And 6 adoptions in 2 days. The home inspections never end. I'm sorry you have such a precious, adorable girl here making your business work. You are my internet lifeline. I have no head for such things.
I bet he's been lost ever since telegrams went out of style.
Ouch. And Avery.
He's real close now. I don't think I like it. He puts his hand on my shoulder and levels his gaze down to mine. That blue eye is so chilling. It really is a telltale heart situation.
I'm on to you, Avery. You're the fastest learner we've had here yet. I forget you're still new.
I feel like he's not just talking about the cafe work. Well, I've been doing a lot of studying.
So you have.
He lets go of my shoulder and turns away to the rest of the employees. He definitely wasn't talking about the cafe. He definitely knows something about that book. I'd ask him more, but maybe it's not a good idea in front of everyone else. I'll chase him down later when he's leaving or something. I have to get more information.
Where's Mason? I wanted to see her today too. She hasn't been showing up as much on days off lately.
Thanks for the lurk, Yelly.
Hello.
Yelly? Sorry.
Gaily.
I hope you're having a good day too. Thank you.
Thank you. Here. I do my job.
Yes, do your job.
Hold on. Yay! There we go. I did my job.
Good job.
Yeah. Maybe she's found a comfy gig as an old cat lady. Wait, hold on, wait. I'm reading the stuff wrong now. Let's see, hold on. Maybe she's found a comfy gig at an old cat lady's or something.
Haven't been to your place in ages, though. Ooh.
I think it may have cut me out. I got a little high pitched there.
That was very high pitch. I see now why it cut you off the first time.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Yes, there is lots
I'm
of
not
cat stuff
sorry.
in the background. This is a cat cafe, supposedly.
Supposedly.
Seems more like a cat mansion.
Rescue.
Well,
Yeah.
it's rescue, but it looks more like a cat mansion.
It looks a lot like a fancy rescue.
The door has a cat window cut out of cat
Yes, it
statues,
does.
cat photos. Uh-huh. Yep.
It's a great place. I would live here if I could.
This is the best cafe. What are you talking about? There's nothing weird about
It's
it.
totally the best.
There's
But just so you know, we should give a fan X the Y.
X the Y.
That's what
Y.
it is. That's his name.
You
Don't
mean
judge me.
you mean you want to give him a shout out?
Yes, I should give him the Y. We should also let people know who are just joining in what we're up to. You should go ahead and tell them what we're playing and what it is.
Most of them just lurk. They don't usually stick around. But
That's
if you
fine.
guys are here and just want to hang out and or listening in the background, we're playing Hustle Cat. Sorry. Just a cute little indie dating sim that isn't like most other dating sims because it doesn't get real weird. It's very wholesome. It's all about cats. And the main premise of the story is all the characters that are dateable are
Turn
cursed.
into cats.
Yeah, they're cursed
Yes.
and they turn into cats and they don't know how to break it. Your character gets roped into it and starts turning into a cat and then stops because of we don't know yet.
Stuff.
Yeah.
We're trying to figure that part out. Not that, we don't already know. I remember the playthrough from something we had watched a long, long time ago. I still remember all the basics there, but we're going to try to leave it spoiler-free.
I don't remember most of the reasoning. I know that we confront another character that shows up later. But that's about it.
Oh no, I remember a lot more than you then. Spoilers ahead.
Fan for I am a fan XY because I am a guy boy hence fan XY aka fanboy.
Ah, awesome.
That's so much thought into the name.
It is.
Mine was just I like Ghost and I like cranes and Suru is for crane. So I'm like, I'm gonna put them together, and then it confused the shit out of people.
Mine was a spelling typo because I was gonna go be a troll on the internet. And it stuck.
Anyway, did you say this line?
No, I did not.
Okay.
When did you get here? You startled me! Ghost cranes.
Ghost cranes.
The spookiest. Ah, Mason. I'm so glad you're here. It wouldn't be the same if you didn't join us. As much as I adore your cooking, today I'd rather give you a respite.
Think I'm gonna cook on my day off? Ha.
Of course not. And that is why I will take the pleasure of providing you, my dear employees, with dinner today.
Tastey doesn't have any followers. Guess Fan X is gonna be the first.
Woo! I don't stream, I'm just a guest streamer. So, thank you, I guess. But yeah, I just hang out here.
That doesn't mean you can't have followers.
I mean, this is kind of true. Thank you!
Okay.
But first, an announcement.
He slips back into the kitchen for a moment. When he returns, he's holding a garment bag? Oh no, uniforms. No.
You haven't even let me make the announcement.
I know what this is. Absolutely not.
For my more cooperative employees, then.
With a surely practiced flourish, Graves unzips the garment bag and lets it fall to the floor. Oh no. No. Is that somehow both plaid and checkered flannel? I didn't know you could make a suit out of that type of material. There's a sort of appalled silence from everybody. Reese looks personally offended. Mason just straight up leaves.
No appreciation for your new uniforms. And to think, I had it made in your size, Avery.
Oh.
Nope. Try it on, Avery!
She's still shouting down from the balcony. I can't blame her. I wouldn't want to get any closer to that suit either. There is a shelmet.
Ooh.
I'd rather wear a potato sack.
Hold on. I'm typing.
Go ahead and catch 'em all, Tastey.
Yeah. I gotta try, and I just bought Pokeballs, so I should get there now. And I went through such trouble to have it made.
Check with us next time before you waste our time.
Oh, hold on. I got lag.
Flag?
Yeah, no, your stream is still stuck on the previous screen. Hold on. Here,
Oh.
I can read it from the Twitch screen.
You might have to get out and
there
get
we
back
go.
in.
Yeah, I got it updated now. Okay, we're good. 'Tis easier to beg forgiveness than ask permission, as they say.
See? You knew we wouldn't agree to it.
Well, I'll leave this here, in case you all come to reason. Take some time to admire it. I'll be off for one last errand, but trust when I return, you'll all be treated to a wonderful meal. Until then, farewell.
With that, he disappears into the kitchen. I'm going to follow him, just to see what happens when he leaves. I get to the kitchen in time to see him slip through the back door. Hi! That was very startling.
Perfect timing!
Was that you?
Yes,
Oh, okay. What'd you feed him?
a taco.
Oh, a taco, huh?
Yes.
I don't remember what he says with the tacos.
Meh.
Meh?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't recall myself. I don't think I fed him enough stuff.
I'm sure I'm gonna see that
Anyways.
black cat. I just know it. I peek out the door as he leaves. He gets further and further. For some reason, I want to say further and farther away, but from the cafe, but I don't see him change. Not even when he gets past the point where I know he's off cafe grounds. I guess the others already assume he wasn't affected by the curse, but why? Does this prove he's the culprit? How else would he escape whatever it was that got everyone else? Although, to be fair, I can't use that as proof. After all, I also escaped the curse, and I sure as heck didn't cause it. This seems like as good a time as any to see if I can find out more about what's going on. I peek back into the main cafe. Looks like everybody's back to whatever they were doing before. The newly arrived Mason has kicked up her feet on the couch, and seems to already be dozing off. Finley did say we have free access to Graves' apartment after all. I could go look and see what he's got hiding up there. Invasion of privacy much?
I mean...
I'm also
You're
kind
the
of
one-
curious about what it looks like. You're the one what?
I bet it looks even better than the basement does.
It's gonna be even more creepy.
I know. He's got to have it purposely stylized to look like he's some kind of wizard or warlock, or dark and dreary. To be honest, I think I remember what his room looks like, and if I remember correctly, I'm not going to say anything.
But then again, if he was hiding something there, wouldn't somebody have noticed by now? Maybe he keeps all his magic stuff in that creepy basement. I wonder which would be better to search. I think it wants me to do this.
Let's see. It looks like... Yeah, it looks like everything is in the basement. If we go up and check out his room, we'll miss a fun little cutscene.
Okay, so basement?
Yes.
It worked the first time, right? I bet that's where all the nefarious stuff is kept anyway. Maybe Graves is a hapless idiot caught up in someone else's plan. Maybe I'm supposed to think he's a witch, but it's actually someone else using him as a cover. Wouldn't that be messed up if it's one of the other workers at the cafe? I can't see any of them as the mastermind type, but what do I know? Well, I suppose I should prepare myself for some snooping. Boy, this place gives me the chills. I mean it. It's like 10 degrees cooler down here than it is upstairs. Now, if I were a witch, where would I hide my witchery and witching accessories? I take a brief walk to the immediate left of the stairs, but there's nothing here but cafe and cat supplies. Maybe the bulk coffee is also ground up and used to make arcane sigils. Or maybe I'm reaching. The right of the stairs has the more interesting stuff anyway. I kneel down to get a closer look at the curio filled with crystals when I hear something creaking above me. Crap. Is Graves gonna catch me? Nah, he left. I'm hearing things. Thanks.
Wow, you got more of a southern accent than I do. I live here in Texas, y'all.
I resume my hunt. Maybe these gosh darn magic crystals after all.
No, please stop.
Creak.
We're going to make somebody angry.
Creak. Hello.
I can't say my line now because I'm laughing so hard. Why? Oh no.
What is
Okay,
it?
deep breath. Deep breath.
That there's them Jimsdale Dimmadome from the Dimmadome something something. I can't remember the line.
From the Dimsdale Dimmadome.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh lord. Okay, deep breath, deep breath. Okay. just you, Avery. My imagination was going crazy when I saw the door open.
The open door? What, you think something would be down here?
I've played too many horror games not to consider the possibilities. I mean, accurate. Like, too many of them start like this, you know?
Yeah, I've watched those games. Like, you think everything is fine, and then, boo! It's a ghost.
You know, like when you go down the stairs and then you're stuck in the hell dimension.
A hell dimension filled with party supplies and bags of flour. I like it.
Oh, don't say that. You aren't as skeeved out to be down here.
Of course I am.
There's a scene like in this one game, West Falls. Have you heard of it?
Nah.
We gotta work on your repertoire, you know? Anyway, so there's a scene where the main guy, Sage, is in a creepy basement like this. And then, bam!
I feel hands on my shoulders. Even though I know it's Finley, I can't help but jump. She pushes me against the wall, or at least tries to, but we don't get that far. I'm just sort of leaning back.
A shadow is all up in his face, and you gotta shake it off.
I get it. I get it.
Sorry. It was this big surprise. You'd have to play it, I guess. That's another game that I should lend you sometime.
Boy, she's real close right now. Like, really close. Not that I mind you.
Oh my. So, what are you looking for down here anyway?
She doesn't really bother to let go. Instead, she puts her arm around my shoulder like we're going on a walk together. Nothing particularly. I just wanted to explore a bit.
You know, last down here, I think I saw a ghost.
Yes. The ghost's name was Ghostsuru.
I thought the ghost's name was Avery. It was just lying on the floor behind the cat food. There it is! Right there!
I feel like a hard poke in my side. Ah!
Sorry! You're so cute when you're surprised!
Just you wait. How does it go? From Alexander Hamilton. Just you wait, just you wait. Boo! Hey!
Oh boy.
Hi, Steve-O. How's it going?
Hello!
Haven't seen you in a while. Are you enjoying Pokemon Arceus? Wavy, 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 wavy. I'm doing well. I hope you guys are doing well too. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know if you're gonna stick around because I'm currently downloading something. Haha, nice. What are you downloading?
Something.
Something.
No problems.
So I don't know if you're gonna stick around, but this is a wholesome dating sim, so nothing gets super weird. It's like at most maybe a kiss, I think. Maybe some of them not even a kiss. So yeah, it's just a really cute dating sim.
That sounds about right.
So stick around if you like cats. If you don't, that's fine. If you don't like dating sims, that's fine too.
If you don't like cats, there's something wrong with you.
If you don't like cats, there's something. Some people don't like cats, and I'm not gonna judge them for it. But
they just haven't met a good cat yet.
They'll
know once they meet the one.
That's true.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll stick around. No problem. Oh, thank you.
Woo! Welcome.
Okay, yeah. So I did that. I'm gonna get you back when you aren't expecting it.
I'll bet you try, but I doubt you'll succeed.
Oh, quick synopsis, because you just showed up. This entire game is about people who are cursed, and the curse is they turn into cats when they leave the cafe. And the main character is trying to figure out how to break the curse because he unwittingly signed a contract and also
At this
is
point,
cursed.
we don't turn into a cat yet. It's something where we think there might be something fishy going on why we don't turn into a cat, but we're still figuring it all out. This is about, I want to say about halfway through the game.
I would like to hope it's a little more than halfway at this point, though.
Sure, let's go with that.
No, don't tell me that.
Both me and Ghost have watched playthroughs of this from a while back. I remember quite a bit of it. Ghost doesn't remember much of it, so I've got a little bit of a heads up on her on this one. But we are currently en route to woo the
Tastey.
delightful Finley.
Focus.
Yes, I will read the Finley line. I'll bet you try, but I doubt you'll succeed. Want to go back upstairs?
Yeah, sure. I don't think we can go upstairs arm in arm, though.
You just don't have a brave enough heart.
I mean it. We're gonna fall if we try that.
Okay.
She lets go of my shoulders, but puts her hand on my back and gently pushes me forward.
Now shoot.
Okay. She totally stopped us from snooping around.
She did.
Whoa, why did the music go louder? What the heck? Did you notice?
No, I don't have a sound on your personal stream, but let me switch up it. Well, I wouldn't even know because I haven't had Twitch playing. That's fair.
Well, that was a bust. Mostly. It was kind of nice to talk to Finley, I guess. It feels good to be getting closer to everybody here. It's sort of like I finally have a social life. Well, sort of. I guess I'm still hanging out with a bunch of cats one way or another. Ugh. Back to the drawing table on this curse business, huh? I drift from person to person, helping everybody with what they're doing for a while, but eventually the urge takes over. I just want to play with cats.
Yep.
Shunsuke gets all excited when I bust out the bell toy. Guess I'd be excited too. Owl gets messed up on the catnip toy. Now is swatting at his own tail, but I think the tail might be winning. Valentine is rolling around, kicking at nothing in the air. Seems to be having plenty of fun without me. Marina chases the feather on a string all the way up to the platform. Wish I had that much energy. And then they start taking naps. And that seems...
Readjust the music. Will someone please exhume Avery from that pile in the corner?
Ah. I jump up with a start. When did I fall asleep?
Good morning, sleepyhead.
Why is there garland on my head? In fact, I seem to be covered in cat toys. What the heck?
Well, we tried to wake you up.
With catnip? What is all this? Finley.
What? I just put a mouse there to see if you'd wake up. And then you didn't, so I put another.
And another. And another.
I got some really cute pictures of it.
Oh my god, don't put those on the blog.
What would I ever do that?
I fling a catnip mouse at Finley as hard as I can. It ricochets off her head.
Ow! Hey! Okay.
Patchy! We are doing good. How are you, bud? Good to see you.
I just heard a high-pitched E. Oh, hi, Peachy!
Peachy. I mean, we do call him Peaches, so.
Yes. It is the nickname of the nickname.
No, I'm I'm good. A little tired again. Oh. Doing peachy. That is good to know. Good to hear.
Yes.
I hope you got a little more sleep, though, than you did the other day. But if not...
Enjoy some chill times with us playing the dating sim.
Yeah, we would
So
not
far,
be offended if you were lurking and you fell asleep while we were playing.
yes.
So...
Well, I don't know. At this point, with Finley's high-pitched voice, I might not be able to do it.
Maybe. They won't go on the blog.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were waiting for me. I thought we were still chatting. Oh, nice. Okay. They won't go on the blog.
Good. Today.
Today.
No.
Finley, being nice.
The name Finley just gave me flashbacks. Flashbacks, why? Explain.
All of you, stop distracting from the matter at hand. Dinner has arrived.
It better be pizza. I bet you it's not pizza. I thought you were gonna actually make dinner, not just order takeout.
We usually order takeout on days off. It's nice to get a change of pace and try some of the other restaurants around here.
And there are fewer dishes to wash.
The cuisine du jour is brought to us by the Thai restaurant downtown. You all so enjoy.
Someone you used to know named Finley. So,
Spelled the same way.
I can understand Graves and Hayes, a lot of these names. What is so special about the name Finley? That's not the prob, of course, just that person's lore. Oh, okay. I've never heard of Finley, to be honest. This is the only time I've ever heard the name Finley. Yeah, this is the only place I've ever seen the name Finley or heard of Finley.
It's more of a British-ish name. It's more of a European-style thing. Avery, I believe you will be experiencing their splendor for the first time tonight.
What did you get? You didn't ask me what I wanted from the menu.
I did, actually. You mumbled something about pad thais and rolled over on top of a bunch of cat toys.
Well, I mean, that's what I would have wanted anyway, so... I look over to the tables, and it looks like they've pulled them all together into one long row again. Takeout boxes pile up in the center table, and all of the places have already been set.
Bon appetit, my dear employees.
And the pack descends on the takeout boxes. After some sorting, we're all settled with our respective food, and we sit down for dinner. Graves takes the seat at the head of the table. Well, he claims it in name, but he's hardly sitting at all. When he's not flitting between us and offering us drinks, he's standing behind his chair, and telling a story in as grand a Graves gesture as you'd imagine.
When I was in college, none of you would have recognized me. What? Did you take a break from your goth phase? Did you go grunge for a while?
More like grunge, The Exorcist. Sorry, what?
I would never break style. No, in fact. If anything, I suppose you could say I was more goth then.
I don't believe it.
I had long black hair, and I wore such elaborate makeup.
Oh, so you were Marilyn Manson kind of goth. I gotcha.
Punk goth.
Now he's
Nice.
like business goth.
Book nerd. Yeah, book nerd goth.
If anything, that sounds more on brand than you are right now. Why stop?
You can't imagine how much I'm that took from my day. I have a business to run now, after all.
Dad showed me a photo once. The one of you with your bandmate.
Who?
The guy with the mohawk? I almost said tomahawk because I'm used to seeing that word because of nerds.
Shame on you.
Sorry.
The one with the tomahawk.
He was Native American. I don't know how he got such a huge hawk.
Ah. Yes. It was pure witchcraft, that hair.
Ha ha ha. He's doing it on purpose, isn't he? With the witch jokes. Which witch? I'm sorry.
Wait. You were in a band?
Because she says, her.
Are you really surprised by that, Landry? Come on. Everyone was in a band in the 90s.
Not
I almost
me.
said the Goes.
In the ghost.
I'm sorry.
That font style does not do it justice.
No. I don't recall that stereotype, but yes. I was, in fact, in a band.
I bet it was called, like, Masters of the Night, or something like that.
No, Avery, it was not. Ooh, looks like Pitchy redeemed the ASMR.
Oh, no. I'm worried now. Oh, where's the line? What's the ASMR?
Apparently it's her.
It's her. Oh.
H-U-R-H, her.
Her. Do I need to keep trying?
No, I think he's just
Her.
working on the thing. That Pitchy? Right, Pitchy?
Did you say this line?
I have not said the second. Red Pitchy, while you're coming up with your ASMR, I'm gonna read my line. Unless, do you want her to read her next line in ASMR?
No, he wants more hers. Her. Her.
Oh god, now you sound like a villager.
That's the point.
Great. It's her.
It was.
He wants the villagers.
I gave you a ton of them. Exactly.
I'd thank you to give me more credit than that.
More credit than her?
Nah, more like nightly nightshade.
I do like that better, but it is bad. Or dark carousel.
No.
Or sorrows of blood? It too.
To Haze. You are all so cruel.
Turns out it's Unicorns of Love.
Oh no, I know what the title is. It's great. We'll get there in a moment. You have to tell us. Oops, too high pitched. Hold on.
Oh my gosh.
You have to tell us the real name, or they'll keep going. I refuse to further enable this slander.
It was Spider Coven with an X.
Reese.
What? How do you spell spider with an X? Goth power. You're kidding me. They had a song that was called something like Rose Baptist. Baptism, sorry. I only remember the parts that weren't in French, but...
No.
Ahem, it went something like this.
No. This is traitorous. My own pupil betrays me.
Ahem, trapped in my own mind. Something in French. My will dissolves to blood. The soul's red rind. Life is but a march toward death. Right, Graves? Graves isn't listening to us anymore. He's pacing around and mumbling in agony. How do you know all this, Reese? Oh, sorry. I keep thinking...
Do you keep waiting for an Octopimp voice to come out of his mouth?
No. I'm just so used to our Amnesia playthroughs where I'm literally...
Where I'm everybody?
Yes. I'm just like, okay, it's Tastey's turn. Yep, Tastey's turn again. Yep, Tastey's turn again. Graves and my dad went to college together. He went to their shows. He met... Oh.
I took a drink of water, hold on. Sorry.
You're good.
I caught a little bit of tuna fish salad sandwich on the back end of that sip of water. Okay. He met your mother at one of them, if I recall. You have me to thank for your very existence, my boy.
Oh, jeez. Ugh, don't put it like that. That's gross. Everybody's laughing and having a good time. Even Graves is being a good sport. This is nice. I wonder how long they've been working together. They're all like a big family. Graves is a lot more charming than I thought. He knows how to work a crowd, at least. I'm starting to get it. I guess this is why nobody's all that mad at Graves, even though they're going through this weird nonsense. He's kind of like everybody's weird but benevolent uncle. We all chat over dinner, then coffee, and before I know it, the sun is totally gone. How long have we been doing this? Shoot, I better get home and feed Mochi before he throws a fit. He gets real passive-aggressive when he's fed late.
It is quite late. I'll take care of all the dishes and sundry, so please relax and prepare yourselves to face the day tomorrow. Yeah, I guess we better all get going, huh?
Later. Mason's already headed out the back. She barely even turns her head when she waves goodbye. Alright, everybody, see you tomorrow. There is a wild artillery.
Ooh.
Boy, it got late. The street lights are on, but I still sort of hate walking the back roads at night because they're kind of sparsely lit. I don't know why, but I feel a little like that's a bad idea tonight. I decide to take the other way home. It's a bit longer, but the store lights are brighter once I get through this alley. Besides, it's pretty nice out. There's a lot of rusty junk on this street. Did someone just dump their crappy old bike here? Rude. It's got a weird texture in the background. I wonder why. That shadow is strange.
Or above the bike seat?
Just the whole... You probably can't
bike
see
around it.
Yeah, you... Oh, yeah, you can see it. Never mind.
Yeah, I can see it a little bit. It looks like they had a little bit of a weird layering issue. Maybe just... Perhaps. Kind of like with the cake that I saw earlier. I think they just mislayered it. But bike is supposed to look a little weird. Extra rusty. Gross. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I can forgive them for that. I can't forgive them for covering up a delicious cake, though.
How long has it been there? It looks like it's been around for years, but I don't remember seeing a messed up bike like that yesterday. I should be more observant. Graves should complain about it to someone. It doesn't make the walk to the cafe look that good to customers. I can't shake this creeping feeling crawling up my spine. This is a quiet neighborhood. I've never felt this... something. Something feels different, off, eerie. I haven't been getting much sleep lately. I could be imagining it. I don't know. All I know is I want to be home. There's one other person on this street. Doesn't look like he's going anywhere. What is he doing? This is a weird place to loiter. Is he lost? Should I offer him directions as I get closer? He whips his head up and stares me down with an intense gravity, threatening to root me in place and allow the chill in my spine to sink in its claws. Sorry, that was a run-on sentence, and I ran out of breath. I sever eye contact and hurry on my way. Never mind. I shouldn't talk to him at all. Maybe I should have crossed the street to avoid this, because I seem to have his attention now. Out of the corner of my eye when I pass, I see his head move to follow me. I walk faster. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating, making things up, but I'm not about to stay and find out what his deal is. Yikes. I feel like he's watching me, but I'm not going to look back to find out. I walk even faster. Yikes. Maybe I'm making a mountain out of a molehill here, but that was creepy. Like, capital creepy. I'm gonna stick to the back streets after all. I better go take care of Mochi before he jumps through the window and attacks me for food. I head upstairs, and the rest of the night is pretty quiet. No more weirdos on the street, just the four-legged weirdo that lives in my apartment. But it turns out if I'd stuck around, I would have seen the man continue on his way. I would have seen him take the back alley all the way to the cafe. Would have seen him stare in the window of the cafe for a long time, then up to the 3rd floor. Would have seen him leave a rusty handprint on the shutters of the building across the street. How do you know this, though? You don't... I guess he's
it's all
like...
past tense. He's recalling all the events.
Yeah, this is the first time, though, that it's like...
Been like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was just help from narrator Sama.
Mm-hmm. Graves pops in and out of the cafe like a stray cat over the next couple weeks, never staying for long. I still don't know what he's doing when he's gone. The days come and go, and we settle into a routine. Everybody shows up and does their thing. I'm getting better at my job, and I'm getting better at some other stuff too. Hey, Mochi, check it out. Mochi opens one eye and thumps his tail once against the side of the couch. I'm almost totally sure he understands me somehow.
Mer.
When I talk to him, it's not like I'm talking to a sentient pillow anymore. He actually acknowledges what I say and responds. It's not that weird to talk to your pets anyway, right? I mean, it's not like he's literally talking back to me. That would be weird. I set 2 cola cans next to each other, then take a step back. Are you watching? You better be watching.
Before we get to what's going on here, Peachy was just asking what we've got going on here.
Oh.
We are playing Hustle Cat. It is a dating sim. The main, catch of the game, is that all the people who we can possibly date all work together at this cafe. They are cursed, so if they leave the cafe, they turn into cats. We somehow managed to get roped into this as well, but for whatever reason, we don't turn into a cat. We're not 100% sure why. That's something that's unraveling as we do the playthrough. But beyond that, it's just dating sim with some extra quirky stories.
Meh.
And then Mochi the cat says, meh.
Okay, here we go. I concentrate and the cola cans flutter apart into long ribbons like potato peels. They collapse on each other and form a jumbled mess of aluminum. Ah, okay, cats are nice.
Cats are the best.
Mochi a real one, for real.
Yes.
There is a Mochi internet cat. I do know
There is. Somewhere out there. Yeah, no. Mochi is a real cat. All the people at the diner, other than us, and possibly Graves, the owner of the cafe, all turn into cats whenever they leave. I think like a 20-foot radius or something like that. They leave the cafe and they are cats.
I think it's a lot shorter than that. I think it's literally just the cafe.
No, that's kind of sad.
Yeah. There's some soft crunching while the bowl of soda can wobbles around a bit. Shapes begin to emerge from the ball of aluminum ribbons. Arms, legs, ears. Bruh. Then, before you know it, ta-da!
Nice.
A soda
making
can
trash
sculpture of a
art.
cat. It's you! Mochi makes a little huffing noise, then closes his eyes. I set the cat sculpture aside with all the others. What, you don't think it looks like you? You're the worst audience. I'm gonna show this to the guys at the cafe. They'll appreciate it. Dr. Pepper can. No, it's Dr.
No.
It's Dr. Yupper.
Yep. Because off-brand, and in the very, very beginning, back when we started, what, 3 hours ago now? More than that?
4.5.
4? Oh goodness. Yeah. No, at the very beginning, you could see the piles of trash hanging out around his house, and well, their house. And one of them was a Dr. Yupper, and then another one was a off-brand cola.
I think I feel comfortable enough with my
Yes.
magic, I guess I might as well call it, to bring it up to everybody. Yeah. I can demonstrate it now, after all, so it's not like they have reason to not believe me. The problem now is figuring out how the heck to bring it up. I'm going to mull that
There it
one over a
is.
bit, but I suppose a day or two more of planning won't hurt. I should start getting ready for work. I had a couple of days off, but I've still been going in to hang out with everybody almost every day. And the house looks the same as it did a few weeks ago. I'm a little
Yeah, no,
disappointed,
he's not doing any cleaning.
right?
Yeah.
What can I say? I really like everybody there. Some more than others. Nudge, nudge,
Hint,
wink,
hint.
wink. Okay, one especially more than the others. But whatever. But again, first things first. We'll worry about the cat situation, and then I'll worry about the cute coworker situation. I grab my keys, smoosh my face into Mochi's to say goodbye, he hates it, and then I head on my way.
It sounds like an accurate way to leave your cat for the day. Mer.
I haven't seen any trace of that creepy guy since I saw him a while back, so I've started trying that other route to and from work when I need to change scenery. It's not a great change, to be honest. There's still a lot of rusty junk lining the road, and it feels like I see more every time I come down this way. It's so deliberately placed that there's no way it isn't on purpose. There's a stack of old car parts that almost looks like a tower if you look at it the right way. It's almost artful. Today, though, there's a different addition to the walkway. Graves. He's right there, very much human, standing over the rusty, decrepit bike. He's so lost in thought, I wonder if he even notices I'm here. Graves, what's up?
Oh, Avery. Just assessing the litter around the cafe.
Yeah, it looks like someone's been using this walkway as a trash dump.
So they have.
Do you think it's one of the shop owners around here?
I know the culprit. The true matter is to properly deal with its disposal.
That's not our job. If you know who it is, make them do it.
Regretfully, I do not believe we can stop him.
He looks so serious. I mean, I can't blame him. This is an eyesore and it's probably hurting business. What a jerk. Who is it?
Nobody you know. Don't worry about it.
Well, I guess if he's not gonna stop, we should just start cleaning it up. I'll help carry some of it. I roll up my hoodie sleeves and reach out to grab the rusty bike hand. Graves' hand. His fingers coil tightly around my wrist so quickly I didn't even see him move.
Don't touch it.
His eyes hold an intense, stern glow as his stare bores into me. For just a moment, I feel that chill claw up my spine again. Okay. Sorry.
Forgive me. It's too dangerous to do this without the correct procedure. You haven't learned enough yet.
This is a lot more complicated than just picking up trash, huh?
Please, don't worry about it.
I can't help wondering if this is related to some of the other weird things I've seen around here, you know?
I'd rather you just focus on the cafe. and leave this to me. Please, don't worry about it.
You're so opaque. I seriously don't get you at all.
I've been hearing that since before I could speak. I'm used to it by now.
So wait, he's the only one that was a cat and turned human?
I have no idea. That's one thing that I'm not sure of, because I never got to actually see his route.
I'm suspicious of you, Mr. Graves. I mean, I wish you'd just tell me straight up what's going on, instead of me speculating all the damn time.
Wouldn't that be a great option for everybody?
Why go through all this pomp and circumstance when we could just get to the good part? I'm just kidding.
But we like the pomp and circumstance. It makes them repo. Consider it a management problem. How is the job treating you? You do enjoy it here, yes?
Well, maybe if I had a boss that told me the truth, it'd be easier.
No need to be contentious. I'm doing the best I can. I truly am sorry for the mess, Avery.
I'm not the one you should be apologizing to. Talk to the rest of the staff about that.
Best case scenario, this will be dealt with soon, and we can all forget.
And if the best case doesn't happen?
Then we'll have a new bridge to cross. Well, you'd best head in. Wouldn't want to be late after all.
You gonna write me up or something if I am?
I don't think I'd need to after Finley got through with you for making her open by herself.
Shoot, you're right. And how do you know that I like Finley? Well, later, bye!
Till then.
There isn't much time until we open, so I hurry off to the cafe.
Hurry, there you are. I was starting to get worried.
Sorry. I got sidetracked on the way here. I ran into Graves.
I guess talking to the boss counts as work.
No, it doesn't. Graves couldn't keep hold of a topic if it wasn't stapled to his hand. We hurriedly get to work finishing pre-open setup. Though it doesn't really matter because it's a slow morning. The first person to come through the front door isn't even a customer, it's Graves.
Fancy meeting you here. You want some coffee? The usual? Not right now, thank you. Please pay me no mind. I'll be in and out today. Maintenance work.
Finally. The sink in the kitchen has been backing up something fierce lately.
Not kind of maintenance, my friend. Security improvements.
He blows through the building and disappears through the back door as quickly as he arrived. Reese watches him go and takes a few wavering steps toward the door before deciding against it. I guess even Reese can't outboss the boss. Security improvements, huh? What the heck is that supposed to mean?
That was weird. Well, back to work, huh?
Yeah. It's hard to focus on work when I can see Graves pacing back and forth in front of the big glass storefront. Luckily, it's a slow day, so I can excuse myself every so often to peek in on him. I think I saw him bury something under a loose tile. At one point, I dip my head out to see what he's doing, and he's just standing there, staring at the wall, tracing a picture on it with his finger. I'm sure he's just doing it to look busy, but then I catch a glimpse of something. like light reflecting off a piece of metal on the wall itself. It flashes for a moment, and then it's gone. Maybe I'm seeing things. Maybe he's doing something to the building? Something arcane, I guess. But even if he is, why? Why is he suddenly so concerned with security? Is he setting, like, a magic anti-theft alarm or something? Or is it something more sinister? I can't help but think of his weird behavior this morning and his focus on the rust piles. Something must be coming. Something as serious as the cat curse. If he's just gonna leave us in the dark, I've gotta do something. It's time I finally talked to someone about magic, the book, the curse, everything.
Dun dun.
Hey, Finley.
Sup, Avery?
After work, can I talk to you about something? It's really important. It'll only take a minute.
Oh, sure.
Why does she seem surprised by that? Her cheeks look pink, I guess from surprise. I hope I didn't worry her.
You got her hopes up, buddy.
But he's so dense he don't know yet, so shh. I got a Jackass ad, bro, what the hell?
Oh, no.
I thought Jackass was gone.
No, they're bringing it back. I think yeah. I don't know why.
I hated
if they
it,
want
and
to
they
watch
got into
stuff
huge
like
trouble.
Yeah, they caused all sorts of mayhem and did stuff that was really not safe.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
well, someone got actually hurt, remember?
Yeah, somebody actually got hurt, and it was bad enough where I think they were hospitalized, and then they ended up being paralyzed or something like that.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Yeah, it's something where, I mean, if you wanted to watch people act, well, like jackasses, as movie is going to be set up for them to do so, you really just need to go find dumb videos on YouTube. It's really not much of a culture thing anymore.
Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. It's something I've been thinking about for a while, and...
Why didn't you just tell me now, sweetie?
She places her hand on my shoulder and gives it a squeeze. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. It's about the curse. It'll take a while to explain, but I think I figured some of it out.
Oh, wow. Okay, sure. The curse. Of course.
Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah!
Yeah.
I'll clean up and then we can meet in the basement.
In the basement? Wait.
Yes.
This is a little... I mean, it's cute.
She's gonna take you down.
It really is cute, but it's kind of scary too.
But they've already announced that they kind of dig the basement despite it being a weird basement.
Mm-hmm. Thanks a lot. I'm dying to tell Finley more about this right now, but it's better to wait. I don't want to be interrupted. It's important to me that she hears it first. With all the jelly donut stuff, I think she deserves to know what's going on. Besides, I kind of feel more comfortable talking to her than anyone else. I'm not entirely sure why. It's just easier to talk to her than other people. I hope she doesn't get upset. I've never seen her lose her temper, but I don't think I could bear to have Finley mad at me. Again, I don't know why.
It's a mystery.
But she did just seem a bit disappointed just now. Must be my imagination.
Nah.
Yeah, I'm imagining things. I better just get back to work. The rest of the day feels like a week, but we get there eventually. I notice Finley sneaking peeks at me the whole time. Judging by the looks from everybody else, they noticed too.
Uh-oh. It's gonna cause internal drama. Llama, 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 llama.
Not usually.
If
it was like the Japanese dating sims, yeah, because they're weird about that stuff.
Yeah. True.
The creepy basement seems like the best place to do this without the others snooping. I mean, not that I don't want them to know sooner or later, but you know. And it's not like they're gonna talk about us, you know, just us going down there by ourselves during the middle of the day.
Oh yeah, no.
I still don't really like this place. It's chilly on top of everything else.
Avery, you down here?
My heart jumps. Yeah. Then there she is, right in front of me. Standing really, really close. I'm staring back into Finley's expectant gaze. This is a little daunting. Okay, okay, there isn't a way to say this without it sounding weird, okay? So, I've been studying magic. And listen, sorry, I can't stop laughing. And listen, you can't get put off by that when you've accepted the curse as a basic thing. But I found a magic book down here and I started reading it and I've been learning a lot. But I can show you. I can do... Finley, can you grab me a soda can, an empty one?
Oh, yeah, sure.
She slipped back upstairs and a few minutes pass. And then a few more.
Catch.
Clunk. Or whatever word you use to describe the sound of an empty can that makes when it's thrown down a flight of stairs.
You were supposed to catch it.
I'm surprised it didn't explode.
Empty.
That is true. You have to give me more of a reaction time.
I don't think it would have made a difference. Sorry, that took a while. I couldn't find an empty can, so I took one and chugged it.
Jeez.
Dear God. Brought you one too.
She hands me a full can of cold cola. Ooh, thanks. I can do it with one, though. Alright, here we go. I focus my attention on the can. It's just like I practiced. I've never had a non-cat audience for my magic before. Maybe I should ask Finley to transform. The can wobbles. It pitches to the side and then peels like an orange skin.
Holy crap!
I can't keep my focus. The can peel flops to the ground and scrapes the cement, the pavement. Why does my brain make up words?
And you're like, I can improve this with a better vocabulary and diction.
No.
Yes. You were doing that?
Yeah, but I messed up. Gotta try again.
Okay. I'll be quiet this time.
I unfocus my eyes again and get back to work. Spikes, petals, twirls come out of the aluminum. I lean down and pick up the soda can rosette I've made. Ta-da!
You're a wizard, Avery.
I hand it to Finley. She considers it appreciatively, then clips the flower to her shirt. I think the correct term is witch. At least according to the book it is. Sounds like witches are everywhere if you look hard enough. It was definitely one who cursed you guys.
If witches are real, Graves is doing a real bad job throwing people off his trail.
She gestures to the standee looming behind her. A witch on a broomstick? Really, Graves? Does he think he's hiding in plain sight?
So, do you really think he's the one that put a curse on us?
I did at first, but now, I don't know. He could be a bystander. Either way, he isn't gonna help us, so we have to do it ourselves.
So, are you going to teach me how to do that?
I'll do my best. But we shouldn't do it here. Graves might catch us. I don't want to risk it if he's actually the one behind this.
Oh, your place or mine?
I have the book at my place, so wanna come over?
Wow, you're so forward.
What? No, that's not what I meant.
I'm just teasing, you dumbo. Can we order dinner?
Yeah, I know this great place, Pizza Lloyd's. Have you tried it?
I would assume it's something similar to a cosmic pizza.
Right.
You and pizza. You are such a stereotypical nerd.
I take offense to that. Not really. I'm not a nerd. You're the nerd, Finley.
Uh-huh.
I'm not.
Yep. Come on, let's go.
She takes my hand and leads me upstairs.
I agree with Peachy. Sus.
Oh,
Super sus.
Wait, Touchy has been saying something and I can't see it?
Oh, nope, just this time around.
Okay. I'm gonna refresh anyway.
Fair enough. This is the refreshing song.
Well,
Did you refresh?
I refreshed, but there are no comments now, so I don't know.
Uh-oh. Well,
Anyway.
it's gone now. But yeah, no, he said it was sus that, he
So
wasn't
sus.
a nerd. Very sus.
We hold hands until we reach the property perimeter.
Alright. Don't look.
I step forward, keeping my eyes facing ahead the whole while. A moment later, a calico cat sits next to me. She looks up like I'm expecting something. Like she's expecting something.
It'll be a lot faster if you carry me, you know. My legs are kinda stumpy.
Oh, you're right. I haven't actually, held any of the coworker cats. It felt like a big invasion of privacy. Like, that's the kind of thing you only do after you get to know someone, right? But hey, she asked. I scoop her up in my arms. It feels... Well, it doesn't feel different than holding any other cat, to be honest.
Feel like royalty right now. Onward, my foot soldier!
Yes, Highness.
Dorks.
Once we arrive, I set Finley in my favorite spot on the couch. Oh, sir! Clean up before you bring the lady over.
Well, too late now.
Oh, my goodness. Welcome to my humble abode. Yes, it's a mess.
This is... Well, okay, I'll be real. It isn't any messier than my place.
Oh, thank goodness. I was worried about you judging me.
You could use some more exciting decor. The flowers feel, well, not you at all.
It's my aunt's. I'm house-sitting for her while she's abroad. Avery Lacken. Very true.
That's sweet of her to let you crash. I hope she won't mind a cat.
Oh, it's a Galvantula.
Keeps yelling at me saying that I don't own that Pokeball.
Huh. Nah, I came here with one. You should rest with him. Or you should meet him. Sorry. Mochi, we have a visitor. Mochi keeps low and slow, ears back and tail waving. Oh, he does not like this at all, does he? He waddles his way over to the couch and saunters directly in her face.
Hey, buddy.
Gartic phone. Garlic phone?
Garlic phone. Mer.
Mochi sniffs her nose, then jumps in what I assume is the cat version of surprise. He backs off, tail thumping wildly, and stares through tiny pupils.
Mer.
I think he can tell you're not a real cat.
Yeah, real cats can tell. They get used to it pretty quickly.
I'll sit between them in case Mochi tries something stupid.
If you want to take photos of me and Mochi, I'll post it on the blog tomorrow.
What? Really?
Yeah! We'll make him famous.
You
Yeah, I got it.
Nice. You ready to be a superstar, Mochi? Ready to have your name up in memes?
You're never ready to be a meme. Trust me.
Come on, Mochi. You can get internet famous and I'll sell t-shirts with your face on them. I scoot off the couch and pull my phone out of my pocket. Finley leans closer to Mochi, who regards her with suspicion.
Murr. Stay still and look at the camera, sweetheart. For me.
Surprisingly, he does, though he isn't happy about it. I snap a couple shots of Jelly Donut leaning on grumpy old Mochi. The internet will be all about these.
Great. Send them to me. I'll give you my phone number.
Oh, sure.
Getting digits.
Good job, Avery, without even trying.
Yep. I think poor Finley has been chomping at the bit to be able to do that.
She recites her number. I give it to her phone and send the pictures. I save it to my phone and send her the pictures. You don't have it with you, right? I don't know where you'd keep it.
It's at the cafe today, but sometimes I do. It just kind of disappears, like all my other stuff. I don't get messages until I turn back. It's magically back with all my notifications.
Man, magic is weird.
Speaking of, I think you've got some teaching to do.
Oh, yeah, let me order food and we can get started. Cats can eat pizza, right?
I'm not a cat. I just play one on the internet.
Yeah, okay, one sec. I order the pizza. While we wait for it, Finley picks through my game collection.
Oh, I loved this one. I played it in high school.
Is that Kingdom Hearts? Damn straight, it's a good one. She nudges a jewel case off the TV stand. It clatters to the floor face down.
Oops, I forgot I don't have opposable thumbs.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites. It came out my freshman year and I've replayed it like once a year ever since.
You should bring the sister to the cafe sometime. We could have a tournament.
Is there even a TV there?
Graves has one. We could set it up there.
Damn it, you're the only one that caught it. It's so sad.
Yes, I'm so sorry.
That sounds fun. Does anybody else at the cafe even play games?
They're just foot soldiers. Male slaughter before we can clash in battle.
Ruthless. We chat until the pizza arrives. You're gonna love this. I set a plate. One of the nice
floral
floor ones for Finley. I grab mine directly from the box. Bon appetit, ma chérie.
Oh, do you have any hot sauce?
No, Finley. No.
Yes.
You're gonna defile your food with hot sauce. Nerds does it all the time. There might be some. See what?
From what I had mentioned earlier, that, the Finley archetype is a lot like nerds.
Yes. Yep.
Yes. Yep.
I root around in the fridge.
Perfect.
There's a whole bunch of probably expired stuff, but Tabasco's still good at least. Here we go.
Ah, great. Can you, put them on the pizza for me? Opposable thumbs,
You got it. Tell me when to stop. I shake the bottle over the slice once, twice, then pause. That's enough, right?
Aw, come on. More than that.
Okay. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake. Wow. Still? Finley must have taste buds of steel. Or no taste buds at all.
I would probably suggest number 2. That's good, thanks!
Watching a cat try to eat a pizza is, well, it's not pretty. I can tell she's trying, but the way she lunges for bites all hunched over the slice, not the most graceful thing I've ever seen.
Oh my god, don't look! This is embarrassing!
Sorry. I take my slice to the kitchen. Mochi's eating in here. That's way worse. At least Finley understands the concept of manners. The way Mochi mashes his face into the kibble is just plain grotesque. I should make myself useful. I walk back to the living room and pick up the grimoire before I flop onto the couch. Okay, so I'll go over the basics while we eat, then we can try some things out. It says there are basic things that every witch learns, usually stuff with borders and turf, blah blah. I haven't looked at that part much, but the real power of magic comes from a source that's unique to everybody. So we have to find what moves you to magic if we want to get started.
What was yours?
It's kind of hard to explain. I'm not really sure I understand it, but I can sort of feel it in my gut. You know, I had all this stuff lying around, so I started to play with it, and here we are.
So, you based your magic on trash.
Damn, bitch. Well, when you put it like that.
No, I think it's cute. Lies, deceit. I think that's really resourceful.
Want me to show you how to do it?
No. No, that's okay. Thanks. I'll think of my own.
We sit for a while and read the book together. I show her how the cipher works, but it's still up to me to move it along the page. Opposable thumbs. There's basic stuff we can go over together. Things like protection spells, hexes, witch stuff.
Okay, let me try this one. It sounds basic.
So you just called me trash, so I'm gonna call you basic. Okay, I'm done.
I mean, go for it.
Finley places her paw on my arm. Her little nose scrunches up in concentration. Just seconds later, I feel a fizzy sensation in my sinuses. Soda bubbles? Ah! That's the worst! Who would even come up with that?
Somebody who's real bad at coming up with revenge plot.
We trade stupid tricks back and forth, giggles growing with each one until we're both doubled over laughing. Mochi's huddled in his bed, paws over his ears, and his eyes squished shut. I see you trying to ignore us. Sorry, losing my voice. He testily thumps his tail as Finley and I read and joke late into the night, lighten up, buddy. There's a paw on my shoulder, gently batting at me. I feel the little bean toes touch my face. I grumble, but the noise does nothing to deter the offender. No, Mochi, no. I roll over to face the back of the couch to shut out the insistent pawing. The couch? I slept on the couch? Oh, yikes. I'm still in my clothes from yesterday. That means...
Avery, it's me.
Oh, crap. Did I leave you stranded?
I was sleeping right there, kiddo. You were out like a light.
Oh. Do we sleep, like, spooning or something? Does it count like this?
I wrestle Mochi for the arm of the sofa. That's a comfy spot.
Oh.
Anyway, can I use your computer? I want to check my comments.
Sure. How are you going to use it? Can you type like that?
Watch me.
I scoot the laptop toward her and hope I didn't leave the tabs open to something stupid. You know, I am a guy. I watch hentai. No,
oh my.
I guess not, because she doesn't react.
You've got one of those new ones where the keys aren't raised up. That makes it so much harder to type.
She paws the trackpad slowly but surely, opens the browser. It looks like she's scratching at it. You do this often?
Yeah, I prefer to do it at work for obvious reasons. I check my comments from home sometimes too. Graves gave me one of those old chunky keyboards. Makes it easier to type, you know?
Does Graves, like, go to your house?
Sometimes he does it for all of us. I gave him a key a while back so he could keep the place from falling apart. He stops by from time to time.
Is that what he's doing during the day?
Probably. He doesn't swing by when I'm home, at least. Maybe I should ask him to give you the key. I'd rather have you stop by. Of course, it would be more fun if I have you over when we're both people.
Whoa. I can feel my ears getting hot. I must be bright red right now. Yeah. A cat just made an innuendo at me. Her tail lazily flicks back and forth to go with that lazy smile. Bye, Petchy.
Oh my. Bye. You're so cute, you big nerd.
She goes back to checking her mail. I leave to get changed. When I come back, she's sitting stock still. I almost said rock still. Stock still, intently studying something on the screen. The fur between her shoulders is raised. Is everything okay?
Huh? Yeah. It's fine.
You seem upset. Something happened.
Just a troll. Nothing to worry about.
You get trolls?
Anybody who's even mildly famous on the internet has to deal with idiots and
And creepers.
boom.
You post cat videos. What's there to troll about?
You don't know the half of it, you sweet child. Here, let me share some. A lot of these are too mean to read, but see. Here's a heated debate about politics. Here's one about how ugly calicos are, but insists certain women are uglier. All from a video where Jelly Donut balances 3 donuts. Oh, here's one on my nail art tutorials. Lol, I hate that females try to...
Yeah, no, that's...
Yep, that's purposely. Oh, god. Lol, I hate that females try to man certain spaces to try to look sexy, but it doesn't work at all. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean.
Yikes.
I don't let it get me down. Most of them aren't like... Oh, they're usual...
Her eyes narrow to paper-cut slits. What?
Nothing.
That doesn't look like nothing.
It's fine.
She scrabbles furiously at the touchpad, but not fast enough to keep me from seeing. In the moment before she hits delete, I see... Ooh, I'm coming to see you. What was that? Who is that?
No, some internet weirdo. It's fine, don't worry about it.
Easier said than done.
It's okay, Avery. Nobody ever does anything. They're just full of hot air. Racist, homophobic, transphobic, hot air.
Transphobic?
Transphobic.
Just the way you said it sounded weird. I don't really feel comforted by that.
Let's talk about something else, okay? We're gonna be late for work if we just sit here and debate trolls.
She's right. It is getting late.
What scandal we walk in together. Me in your arms.
I'm putting you down before we cross the threshold.
Can't carry me as a human. You got those scrawny little noodle arms, so I guess not.
These are not noodle arms.
I bet if you arm wrestled Mason, she'd rip your hand off.
Oh, okay. But is there anybody at the cafe she couldn't beat?
Well, Landry, maybe. Nah, I don't think he'd win.
Let's get them to face off. We'll take bets.
I like it.
After some scrambling, we head out to the cafe together. It's a nice, crisp morning. We don't talk much on the way, in case bystanders overhear, but it's a comfortable silence. Jelly Donut isn't making an appearance today. It should be an uneventful shift. So why is someone standing at the entrance waiting for us to open? He's skeeving me out. Is he the one I ran into the other night? The one that stared daggers through me? Nah, he's too short. Who is he, and why does he make me feel so uncomfortable? I've still got that creepy comment on the mind. It must be coloring my perception. It's probably nothing. Hey, let's go around the back.
Good idea.
We sneak around the corner, but not without being chased by a cold stare. I set Finley down once he's out of sight. She steps over the threshold.
I get a bad vibe from that guy. I hope he isn't coming in.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Some people just exude creep from their pores. He's dripping it all over the place.
That's gross, but yes.
We sneak in through the kitchen. Mason watches us with an expression I've never seen before. Well, on her at least. Awful late, Finley.
Yeah, sorry.
You stayed with Avery.
How'd you know?
Not hard to tell.
Don't tell anybody, okay?
Why would I?
That's my girl!
Finley slaps Mason on the back and heads onto the floor. I nod to Mason awkwardly before I trapeze after Finley. Mason nods back and I swear she's holding back a grin or something. Hey.
Yeah?
You sure about going out there with that guy?
What guy?
The one hanging around outside. What if he's that internet weirdo? Let me take your shift. You can take it easy.
Nice of you to offer, but I'll be fine. If I let some commenter get me down, I might as well give up. There's always gonna be creepers. Anyways, how do we even know he is? Maybe you're jumping to conclusions.
I'd rather you be safe, honestly.
Look. If things get weird, I'll go upstairs, okay?
I guess.
Don't worry so much.
She presses her finger on my nose.
Boop. Come on, let's finish prep.
I can't help but sneak anxious looks out the window. I don't see the creeper anymore, so maybe it was a coincidence. He might have been some dumb kid loitering. Maybe the commotion scared him off. When we open, a few people pile in, but he's not among them. Finley doesn't seem to notice. I should calm down. I distract myself by playing with some of the cats for a while. It's good to see Ramona, and Junta getting along. After about an hour or so, just enough time for us to get into routine, I see him. The creeper, creeping about, creepy as possible, sneaks in behind another customer. He sits at the table near the window, hood drawn up, studying the menu like there's going to be a quiz. Hey, Finley. I bump into her on her way back from the kitchen. That guy is here. I'll take care of his table, so take a break, okay?
You're such a peach, Avery. Thanks.
She pauses like she's considering something, but shrugs it off and escapes upstairs. I better go see what this guy wants. Have you decided on your order? I'm gonna make you be creeper.
Yep. I'm gonna be this guy, and there's still gonna be one other guy that'll pop up as well. So I'll be both of them.
Okay.
Okay. No.
I'll give you a little more time then.
Yeah.
I return my attention to the customers that are actually here to eat something. I check on him a few more times. Each time he mumbles something about time. Why don't you just call me when you're ready?
I'm waiting for someone.
Oh, sorry. Are they coming here?
Sooner or later.
Okay. Maybe he's just nervous. Maybe he's meeting someone for a date. Maybe this is a misunderstanding.
And maybe that's a lot of maybes.
Guess I'll go tell Finley. I'm technically not leaving the floor unsupervised since Reese is down there on cat detail, but down there regardless. He can keep an eye on things. Oh, there's Finley sitting at her laptop with a cup of coffee, chatting with Hayes as he cleans the pastry counter.
Hey, kiddo.
Hey, I think the coast is clear if you want to come back.
Sure, thanks for keeping an eye out. You're my knight in shining armor.
She heads downstairs, coffee and laptop momentarily abandoned. Finley told me you're looking out for her. That's really nice of you. That's what I do. I'm a real toughie. I'll save you from weirdos if you ever need it. Do you think I'd get weirdos? I guess I did more harm than good planting the notion in his head. No.
Good job.
It was just a hypothetical. I'm sure you're fine. Okay. No, I mean it. You're too nice for that. And Finley isn't? No, that's not... You know what I mean? Sorry. No, don't apologize. Someone's voice rises to an indignant shriek. It's coming from downstairs.
You think you're hot stuff, huh? You think you can manipulate men?
Oh crap.
What? Did I stutter? I'm telling you to get your ugly face off of Neko Neko.
Oh, it's like Nico Doga.
We know where you work, and you keep using some cat to get famous. There's going to be problems.
I thunder down the stairs. A few cats hear the noise and dive into their hiding places. Everybody's staring. Finley's trapped between this guy and a wall. Is he reading off a cue card? What's going on? Music's really loud, by the way.
Yeah, just a little bit.
I'm sorry, but it's gotta go.
It's okay. Avery, This isn't your problem.
I believe it is.
Avery, it's okay.
I don't have to, but I'm gonna. Look, dude, if you don't leave, you're gonna have problems.
Oh, so now you're threatening me? You want to fight right here in the middle of this cafe? This is what guys like me have to deal with. I show up to express my concern, and she sticks her white knight on me. This is what women are really like. I want to hear that from you. You started this. I started what? You're the one manipulating guys to get what you want, and I'm gonna stop it.
His voice rises with every retort. The longer we talk back, the more he digs in his heels. I have a feeling this will only get worse.
You're going to have to leave. Because I have an opinion? You can't censor me like that.
Oh, what should I do? Maybe I can intimidate him? I stare him dead in the eyes and roll up my sleeves.
What? I hit a nerve? The second you hear stuff you don't like, you get violent? Typical. If you keep threatening me, maybe I'll hit more than nerves.
Is this gonna be a fight? Finley's clenching her fists hard enough that her fingers are turning pale. She's really gonna deck this guy.
Leave Avery out of this. Get out of here.
I've never heard her so angry. Her voice is low, like an angry cat's growling.
Wait until I write about how you threatened me. I'll make sure everyone sees it.
A hand settles on his shoulder. Its fingers splayed out and slowly, deliberately dig in. Get out. Oh, it's Mason. Thank goodness. I don't know why I choked up on that
one. The one that we actually need. Who the hell are you?
Security. Get out. Or I make you. She gives him something I've never seen Mason give anyone. A smile. A twisted, crooked, malicious smile. Do it. Tell him about the hellbeast at a cat's paw. Love to hear what they say. They can come see me too and tell me to my face. Got a special greeting for all of you.
You're horrible.
Then get out.
I'm going. Get your hand off me.
Mason nudges him and he rushes out the door as fast as if chased. You too. Kitchen. Finley is silent, biting her lip, eyes smoldering. I nod and march into the back. Hayes, Reese, cover the floor. Right.
Was spooky.
Mason stands between us like a referee. Finley refuses to look up from her phone, her thumbs furiously flying across the screen as she types. So that really was him.
Who knows? Could have been that guy. Could have been one of the other creeps who harassed me. Hell, maybe they'll all come out now.
Is being internet famous really worth getting treated like this? Maybe you shouldn't make videos anymore.
Why shouldn't I? They don't have the right to judge me for what I do, so why should I stop?
I'm just trying to help.
I don't need help. I can handle myself. Thank you very much.
And what would you do if you were alone and that guy came up? You could have gotten hurt.
I'm a grown-ass woman, Avery. I can handle myself and I don't need anyone telling me what I should do.
This is ridiculous. You're being stubborn.
You're being condescending.
Cut it out. Cool down. Finley, take a break upstairs.
Yeah, fine.
Avery, sit.
Good
Okay.
boy.
Finley storms upstairs to Graves' apartment. I can hear the door slam from here. I sit on a stool in the kitchen and fiddle with my hands. Is Mason gonna lecture me? I don't need that. Mason doesn't say anything. She just goes back to work. This is almost worse than if she laid into me. Is this the silent treatment? I should get back to work. No. Sit. Am I in timeout? She shoves a mug into my hands. It's tea. Just drink it. She scoops another mug off the table, then disappears upstairs. I draw in slow breaths of the tea's flowery scent, but it doesn't settle the anxiety lurching in my gut. Okay, Avery. Breathe and drink your tea. Calm down. But the look on Finley's face, the look on that creepy jerk's face, they keep popping up. A lot happened in so little time. How many times did I screw up during that flurry of panic? Mason returns empty-handed. She goes back to work. The rhythmic sound of the knife hitting the cutting board is soothing. Neither of us talk. When I start again, it's more to myself than anything. I did the best I could. I just wanted to protect her. Is that your job? Ooh, she answered. She and Finley are pretty close, so I guess it makes sense that she's getting involved. Well, no. Big difference between protecting and acting like a parent. I don't get it. That's a start. I don't get that either. Look, just cool off, then go talk to her. Okay? Take this to table 7. She dumps a tray in my hands. Oh, so now I can go back to work? Break's over. Things have quieted down. Most of the customers who were here for the incident have left, but I still feel stairs crawling up my back. Hayes and I cover the floor until Landry gets here. Hayes frequently, timidly glances toward me, the door, sometimes both. He pulls Landry aside and whispers something, telling him about the confrontation, no doubt. After that, I notice Landry keeping a sharp vigilance toward the door, too. And then his vigilance starts to creep onto me. Something on your mind?
Hey, Avery. Have you seen Finley since this went down? I hope she's okay.
No, I haven't. I know Mason went to check on her, but...
That's good. How are you? You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Probably should have just punched the guy.
I'm glad you didn't. If he comes back, you leave him to me or Mason. Right now, your job is talking to Finley. Do you want me to go see if she wants to?
Nah, I'll just go up. Thanks, though.
Of course, remember, none of us will let anything happen to you or Finley. We're all family.
Thanks. I head upstairs. Hey, Finley? No answer. I don't even see her. I approach and... oh, there she is, huddled in a little ball, fast asleep. The sun is setting, the rays fall directly on the couch, and right across Finley's sleeping face. I reach out without thinking to brush her hair away from her face. I hope she hasn't been too upset. Before I can make contact, one eye stares back at me. Hey.
Yeah.
One more time.
Hey.
For some reason, you're really quiet. You fall asleep?
Yeah, had to rage nap it out.
I'm really sorry I talked to you like that. I didn't mean for it to come out that way. I'm just really worried.
No, I know you're trying to look out for me. I'm just sick of being told what to do about what I like.
I understand. I would too. I didn't mean to do that. I just... Really, what happens if that guy comes back? Or another one?
Maybe you're right. Maybe I should get out of the public eye. This is what I get for it.
I mean, if you think it'd be safer.
But maybe I'm too stubborn. When I was a kid, I wasn't really good at anything. My grades weren't great. I sucked at sports. I didn't have a lot of friends. I tried for theater, but I always got the ensemble parts, never a speaking role. I know it sounds silly, but this jelly donut thing was an opportunity. I threw it out there, and it got really popular, and that made me feel great. This is the first time I found something that made me stand out. But I didn't think about not all the attention is good attention, you know? Is this the kind of attention I'm going to get?
No, I don't think so. Until now, everyone's been really happy to see Jelly Donut. And they're happy to see Finley. The other day, a customer asked about your makeup videos. And even if it was, I know you're more than that.
If I gave up, would they move on? If not me, would it be someone else? I don't like dealing with this, but I don't want to give them what they want either. I'd rather keep doing what I want to do.
If that's what you want, you won't be alone. You've got Mason and Landry. And me.
You're right. I do.
I feel her arm touch mine. I can also feel my face heat up. I'll be your bodyguard. I'll chase off anybody that tries to give you trouble.
With your little noodle arms. Oh, really?
She gives a gentle, low little laugh. Why does it make my heart skip?
I'd get someone more intimidating for that.
Oh, yeah? You're probably right.
I had something different in mind for you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, good job.
Yeah, she made her move.
She places
We weren't gonna make the moves.
She places her hand under my chin and tilts my head forward. I manage to get my senses together with just enough time to close my eyes before our lips touch. It's quick, but even after she pulls away, I can still feel the sensation. I feel my pulse rushing through my body. I lean forward and give her one more quick peck to return the favor. Did that help? Am I helping? She laughs and turns away, tucking her hair behind her ear. The tips of her ears are tinged pink, and it's unbelievably cute. She's just as flustered as I am. Thank goodness.
Yeah, it did. But I also have a favor to ask. I have an idea. Can I come over again tonight?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Although, won't you be a cat?
I mean to study magic, dummy! I want to practice with the grimoire.
Yeah, of course. This time, let's get a Hawaiian pizza.
Can we please get something else?
Oh, yeah, sure. So, I have something else I have to do today.
Dun dun dun.
So, can we finish this some other time?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fair, because we've still got a little ways to go.
Oh my goodness. I knew it was going to be long. I didn't think it would be this long.
Yeah, no, congratulations. It's a long one.
But I like it. I really enjoy it.
It's a great one. It's something where it's nice and neutral for people who are a little weirded out by dating sims getting to be a little bit too much. This one would be a nice one. It's more of a visual novel and less a dating sim.
I mean, most dating sims are visual novels, though.
This is true.
But anyway, so yeah, we're going to stop here. I gotta go do some stuff. I'm sure Tastey is tired. So real fast. Excuse me. Real fast.
Gesundheit.
Thank you, TasteyTac, for being here. And thank you,
Yay.
Alien Gathering, another TT viewer, which is an anonymous viewer. Canalsim Force, Chill Stevo, Henty, Echan, Cassipso6, FanXY, Rad Petchy, Sony PlayStations. Sounds like an application, not a person, but Anyway.
Possibly.
Thank you guys for being here. We'll come back sometime in the future, I think.
No planned given date, but we will be back. We're not sure when, but eventually. By that point in time, I'll probably have forgotten all the voices.
See you later, guys.
Bye!